Okay, greetings,
Okay,
everybody.
greetings, everybody.
So, how's my audio?
Greetings.
Greetings. Ashe.
How's the audio going?
You sound
It's
good.
audio. Sounds good, yeah.
Okay, good. I'm trying to see if one more person is coming in. Trying to give them a few seconds. Okay. All right. So the topic tonight, a very deep topic. Where do the gods come from? And what have they came here to do? We're going to get into a real deep discussion on that one, I'm sure. And I'm sure Khufu Heru's going to have a lot of questions on that one.
Yeah.
Is that true? Wait 1 second. I got to get my
Yes,
keyboard.
that's true.
Okay, so we got Khufu Heru on the line, and sometimes he comes on and helps me co-host. Just a brief introduction. And we got Makoko Batsi on the phone, on the streamline from South Africa. And he is the guest speaker's friend, his brethren,
Yeah.
right?
Yes. Very, very close
I
friend
hope
of
I
mine.
name right. Okay. Yeah, I'm just still trying to set up. I was trying to share the link with people on social media, doing like 5 things at one time. But I'm definitely listening. So if you want to start now, you could start. I'm just still getting myself just a little organized. That's all.
Okay. I will start with a little
But I'm listening.
introduction.
I'm just moving around. Okay.
Okay. I will
No
start with a
problem.
little introduction for people who do not know who I am. My name is Mpo, which means gift in Sesotho, and my other name is Prince, and my surname is Khoza. I go by the name the Oracle Prince on social media, and I also use the same name for my author name on my books. Each and every book of mine has a title on top written The Oracle's Guide, and then you will have subtitles at the bottom whereby it will be The Oracle's Guide to Dream Interpretations, The Oracle's Guide to Initiation, The Oracle's Guide to Self-Healing, etc., etc., amongst others. There's only a few that I've published on Amazon now, and others are still coming. So yeah, that's me. I go by the name The Oracle Prince on Facebook, and I also have a page there which is titled The Oracle. So that is me, the Oracle.
So you want to give them a brief description on your 3 books?
Okay, now I have only 3 published on Kindle Amazon. which is the Oracle's Guide to Dream Interpretation, Volume 1, and the Oracle's Guide Dream Interpretation, Volume 2. And I also have a collection of short stories, which is titled A Story a Night, the Oracle's Guide, A Story a Night. Dream Interpretation, Volume 1, is mainly the introduction to a step-by-step guide whereby I teach people how to interpret their own dreams. But on volume 1, that is where I explain different types of dreams and a few symbols here and there. And then when you go to volume 2 of dream interpretations, that is where you find detailed descriptions of symbols within your dreams, how to interpret each symbol and what they mean when you encounter such symbols in your dreams. So yeah, those are the two books about dreams. The Dream Interpretation Guide, which is volume 1 and volume 2. And then the short stories, we are going to release the hard copies and paperbacks in October. But now you can find an ebook. An ebook is available on Amazon Kindle, and it consists of 10 short stories, which are African folklores and a few that I made up, but mainly about 70% of the stories in there are African folklore.
Okay. So you want to give them a brief breakdown on what the oracle is for those who's just hearing that word but doesn't know what that
Did
means?
I elaborate more?
No, I'm saying, would you like to elaborate a little bit what oracle means and what it is for those who don't know
Do
what
I
that
need
is?
to elaborate more on the books, or
No, I was saying, do you want the oracle means, what an oracle is and what it means for those who's never heard of that word before or heard of it but never did any research to find out what it means? Uh-oh, looks like action is acting crazy again. I don't think
Yeah,
right?
it goes in and out like that. What you say? The internet, probably.
Yeah, especially like how we're positive.
Yeah, because now you're kind of breaking up a little bit.
How is it now?
You're good now.
Yeah, it's gonna break on then. I guess that's just the StreamYard way to be. Okay, we're back in now. Let's see. Okay, you can continue. I guess you lost connection.
yes, I think I'm back online
If you want,
now.
you could continue. Yes, you are. You could continue.
I didn't get. I got kicked out. I didn't get the question. The last question.
I was just saying, if you were to give a description on what the oracle is And that way people will have an idea of what an oracle is, because some people may be just hearing that word for the first time.
I was saying I didn't get the last question. There's a
Yeah,
bit
I
of
was
a
just saying that you
delay.
could probably you can explain to the listeners what an oracle is, like what does it mean for the ones that's first time hearing what an oracle is. I'm listening to it from the YouTube, and it looks like you're not getting my side. I'm hearing you, but you're not hearing my question, right? Yeah, his internet is acting up.
Yeah, it seems like a bad connection because usually when you can hear them but they can't hear you, it's not even all the way connected.
Right, right. You perfectly.
You can hear me perfect?
Yeah. Yep. How's my audio? Is it clear or is it breaking up too?
Yeah, that mic sounds real good. But see, yeah, it's not your mic. It's definitely the internet connection. But you haven't been breaking up, so you sound good.
Okay. Yeah, because I was listening to it from the YouTube, and my side sound pretty decent, you know. So that's why I was saying how the sound on here on this platform. Okay, we're back in.
Oh yes, I don't know if
Okay,
the problem
continue.
is on your side or mine, because my signal seems perfectly fine. Everything I just checked, everything is fine.
I think it's coming from your side because you keep getting disconnected and you can't hear me. So that would say that your side is not connecting my side fast enough, or the signal is not strong enough, because I could hear you and
I was
you can't
saying
hear me, then
my
you get
my
kicked out of
signal
the so maybe my side.
is working fine. I don't know what's the problem there.
Yeah, and I was saying that I don't know because you keep getting kicked out of the studio. So I don't think that your signal is strong enough. That's why it keeps dropping. See, that's what I'm saying. It
You dropped
definitely
out.
can't be my side if his side keeps dropping. Yeah, it's his signal. It's not strong enough to hold the stream. Okay, let's try again. Okay, so what I'm saying is that evidently your signal isn't strong enough to hold the stream. That's why you keep getting kicked out. Everybody else on the platform is steady. Yours is the only side that keeps dropping. So I know your signal says it's strong on your side, but when it's time to connect to the StreamYard, it seems like it's not enough strength to keep you on. That's why it keeps dropping like that. Because we can hear you, you can't hear me, and then you keep getting kicked out the studio. So it definitely can't be my side because I be getting kicked out the studio. See, this is what I'm saying. You see, with the StreamYard Kufu, you
But
need
he
a
was
certain amount. You
a
need a certain amount of broadband.
yeah. I was gonna say that bandwidth.
Hmm. And if it's not strong enough to stream on the StreamYard, like a platform like this, it's gonna keep knocking it down. Because it's not strong enough to stay on.
Hey, but you know what's weird? Like he was on for a minute. Like at first, when he first got on, he was. It didn't seem like it was doing that when he first got on.
Exactly. Ex- exactly.
Evening,
Yes.
and
Let me
how are
try and
you?
let's see. I'm doing fine. How you doing, Makoko?
I'm doing great. I just asked him to move a bit from the place where he is, and he is moving. Give him plus or minus 1 minute, please.
Okay, he's back now. So we'll see what happens.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, listeners, just give us a few moments so we can sort this out because we are streaming from different locations. All right, let's try again. Okay, let's try again. I hope we can get through this time. Can you hear us?
Yeah, it seems to be kicking me out whenever you put me back on. Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Right, that's because the band,
Can you hear me?
yeah, the broadband is not strong enough. So, you won't- yes, we can hear you. So you can
Can
finish
you hear
talking
me?
about the oracle. What is the oracles? Just yes, we hear you. Yes, 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 we hear you. We hear you. Fig-
The oracle.
Okay. Basically, uh, the type of oracle that I am a dream interpreter, and I am also a light worker. By light,
kicked him out.
Have you you've had him on the show before, right? And the internet didn't do that, right?
Exactly. I mean, it was
Yeah. So
breaking up a little bit. It was a little
sometimes
it
it's the
was it
positioning.
was a little glitchy.
Yeah. Sometimes it's the positioning of the satellite too. You know what I'm saying? So the satellite is not always at the same place at the same time. Sometimes the depending on the satellite, it can be worse than others.
Oh, okay.
You know how they have the satellites
Yeah,
floating
because
around,
some
right?
allowing him to stay. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know. The setup that makes the internet connect.
Yeah, it's not always at the same place. I'm
Yeah,
Okay,
definitely
so can you
interested.
hear us?
yes, I can hear
I
you
know we can
perfectly.
get it started, right? Okay, we hear you now.
Yeah.
We can hear you right now. So you start talking before you get kicked out.
Okay.
Start
I
talking
was
before I let you
saying
go.
I am the oracle, the type that works with dream interpretation, and I also do light work, whereby I can read people's auras and see into their past, present, and future, of which many people can attest to that. They have experienced that with me, and I also do spiritual healing and also physical healing. Since I am also a herbalist, I know how to use what we call muti here in Africa, which is traditional African medicine. I also practice that.
Okay.
So
So
yeah,
I'm going to put
that is the brief.
your contact information, and that way contact you for these services if ones want to.
Yeah.
Okay, so that sounds pretty good. I guess we could get into the topic, right?
Yes, please,
Before we
before I
don't
get
have any
kicked out.
time left.
Yeah.
Right. So where do humans come from? That's my first question. Where do humans come from? And when did the sky gods arrive on Earth? What was their purpose?
Okay. Maybe I should start by explaining where I get my information, because what I'm about to tell you,
Yes, do that.
some people will be saying it wasn't research, or maybe it's just something that I just imagined. So yeah, there are many um, keepers of information that I'm going to out now, and those are our African shamans here, more especially here in the southern part,
Oh, it's
where
really
we
breaking
have
up.
people like Baba Credo Muta, who has just passed on a few years ago. He was one of those keepers of that knowledge, and I had the privilege of meeting people like him, and also the leaders and elders of the Khoi and the San tribe, who were training me in some other aspects of the work that I do in terms of healing. And I also take reference from certain books that I read, more especially about the Kemetic spirituality and the Kemetic history. So yes, that is where I reference my information from. And another thing, I also meditate a lot. And through meditation, there is this out of body experience that happened whereby I meet certain entities who bring such information. So that is where I get my information. So now, when we answer the question, where do humans come from? I think we should start with Atum Ra, who was the beginning, the first light that emerged out of nothingness.
Yes, I'm familiar with that. That is,
yeah, as we Africans believe, that was the first fact.
Atum, right? The self-created God.
Yes.
Okay.
So we start there, and then we move to when the self-created God, which is Atum, turned itself into an element that created other things, but within that element there was life, and that life is the one that we call the light that is within that living element. So that light was the one that imagined or that dreamed everything that we see today, like the universe, everything that is in existence. So in spirituality, they mostly believe that within Atum's consciousness, that is where the universe exists. That is where everyone and everything that is physical exists. Everything exists inside the consciousness of Atum.
Yes, so correct.
From there,
I agree.
That is where now, after everything started to exist, then the self-created manifested itself into everything that was physical. It wanted to experience its own creation with itself living within that creation. So what happened was the first, we can say Homo sapiens, as the scientists call them, the first beings to walk this earth, they sprung out of the soil, which was the creation of the same light that wanted to experience its own creation. So what it did was create these beings out of the same soil that it created, and then it moved inside those bodies to start experiencing what
Did he freeze?
Every time it gets good. Yeah, of course. It's getting good now.
I mean, I agree. That's the same system I go by. The self-created God, which split in many different ways, and because it wanted to experience itself in different levels of existence. So it created, humans, every life form, it split itself into different life forms so it can have an earthly experience, different earthly experiences.
Right.
So I totally agree. And I just posted something on Facebook. It's crazy because I just posted something on Facebook. Dang, I wish I can get it. I might disconnect if I try to get it. but I posted something on Facebook saying everything talking about. I mean, are you able to go to my Facebook and read my post? Because I know if I'm on my phone, I know if I try to go on it, it might disconnect me.
Okay, hold on.
It's amazing that the brother is speaking that knowledge.
Okay, it's coming. Okay, where you want me to look at?
When I was talking about thought, it's a post where I'm talking about your ideas.
Okay.
Everything starts with the idea and the thought.
Oh, I see it. I see it. It says, we create our own realities with thought and action. The act of creation first occurred with your idea or thought. As thought manifests, mechanics of energy cause matter to appear as various objects of creation. Everything you see around you started as an idea first, the celestial mind, and then projecting that idea into the form of forces of nature. The atom, aka atom, the atom, ATOM in science, and atom, ATUM, the tiny molecular particle of energy spit out of the sun, is responsible for giving purpose to the subconscious concept's energy that ultimately not only nature's purpose, but connects the role you play in that purpose, and therefore the true definition of your reality.
See, that's exactly what the brother's talking about, right? The atom, the self-created, and I just posted that today. So that's a beautiful thing, you know.
Not a coincidence.
Not a coincidence at all. Okay, is he back?
Okay,
back,
we got
brother?
you back in. Yes.
Yes, back. But there, I think the power went down. Very
Yes.
quickly to go.
As soon as it's getting good.
Yes.
So we have a new person. Before you start, we have a new person on the panel. David. He's another person who helps co-host sometimes. I don't know if you want to introduce yourself, David. Oh, it looks like his call dropping. Okay, you can. We'll do that.
Okay. Is David still around?
Oh, it looked like he left the studio. Maybe he got a call on the other line. Sometimes if somebody call on his phone, it drops him out of the stream. So when here he is. Here he is.
Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. Peace and blessings, everyone. Yeah, let's get this business going and make new friends, contacts.
Yes.
Ashe, love and light.
I just
brother,
wanted to
love and light.
introduce you, David.
All right, peace and blessings.
Okay, I guess you can finish your thought before your thought was disturbed.
Okay. As I was saying, talking about the God entity moving into the human body to experience itself and its creation. So those first humans that started walking the earth, I hear from my elders within the Khoi and the San community that they were the first people to walk the earth, and they talk about the same atom that we are talking about. They call it tiko, tiko. They with those clicking sounds that they use when they speak. So
can I ask you a question?
Right.
Can I ask you a question about that particular language?
Yes, please.
That is probably, from what I did research on, that's probably the oldest language. That's probably the oldest language known to man. The language that the Khoisan people. Mm-hmm. That language is older than any other language because no other language. I'm not sure, but I think that's one of the only languages left on the planet that actually uses the clicking as part of the language. See, so that's how ancient. That's how ancient that language is. You know what I mean? It's like the mother and father. It's the grandmother and grandfather of all other languages. From what I know, you know what I'm saying, as far as what I know. So yeah, I'm definitely interested in that. It's beautiful, beautiful language.
Actually, what I learned from the Khoi and the San elders is that it was not a language per se, as we would call it a language, because it doesn't have things that we define language as, things like verbs and other connotations within the language context. They use the clicking sounds for different things, but in repetitive kind of way, because one word like ku can mean one thing, but if you repeat that word ku, it means another thing. So yes, so what they told me is that it was not a language per se, it was something they used to communicate with everything that is around them, with nature. Because if you can listen, there are sounds that they make when they speak, which sound like the crack of a tree. Like when a tree is old and it's been moved by the wind, you'll hear some sounds there, like and then when they are chanting in reference to nature, in most times you find that they sing songs which have those kind of sounds where they say that is the sound of the trees, the rocks when they crack, when it's too hot, the rocks crack, they make such sounds. So to them, when they are explaining, they say it is not a language per se, but it is a connection, that it's something they use to connect with nature and communicate with each other.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. Thank you for that. You know, that gives me a better understanding on that. You know. I understand a little better now.
Yes. So they tell me that they were the first people to walk the earth, until when we are going to move to the next question that the sister asked there, until the gods descended to earth. That is when you find the other people now. So I don't know if we should go there now, or if there are any questions from the first question that I just answered now.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Should I move on to the next question, or is there any questions from the first one?
So, okay. Now, when you speak of Atum, that's definitely Kemetic. You know, that's definitely a Kemetic, that's a Kemetic worldview. Although other cultures in the Nile Valley area, the Nile Valley diaspora area, also spoke of, you know, because it didn't originate, that understanding didn't originate in Egypt. It's actually older. So my question is, do your elders teach you how old that understanding is? Did that understanding come when they first start walking the earth, or was it something they developed throughout, you know, thousands of years? Or, you know, like, how did they learn the concept of that creation story? How did they learn it?
Yes. From what I learned from the elders, they say they were not born with that knowledge. When they were created, when they started walking the earth, they were like your normal animals, which just go day by day, reproducing and eating, reproducing and eating. So they didn't have that much knowledge. Hence, they were so connected to nature that they could communicate with other animals, and they could communicate with trees. So that is how they knew what to eat and what not to eat, you know. But the concept of Atum and Tito came with the gods that I am gonna speak about when we move on to the next question. The gods who descended down to earth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's go. Let's move on. Let's hear it. Let's hear how the gods got here.
Okay.
Hey, you know, have you ever saw that movie? Have you ever saw that movie, The Gods Must Be Crazy?
Yes.
Yeah, so that is the Khoza, you know, like The Gods Must Be Crazy. It came out like years and years ago, but that was one of my favorite movies. Yeah, so is that the gods that they speak of?
No, those are not. Because on that movie, there's an aeroplane that passed and dropped a bottle, and then.
And they called it a god. They called the bottle a god, right?
Yes, okay. but there's something within that movie though. It shows you that the Khoi and the San people knew that there was anything that came from the sky is the gods.
Yeah, see, that's what it reminded me of when you spoke of that. That's what it reminded me of, because it came from the sky. So they thought that, you know, because it came from the sky, then that was the god related. It was like part of the gods, you know.
Yes, because after the first floods, because they tell stories about the floods also, but the flood that they talk about is not the one that we hear about in the Bible and other scrolls. They speak about the flood that happened before the gods got here, because there was another flood that happened while the gods were here on earth, and other creations have been made by then. But now they told me that the gods came after the first flood, of which those first floods happened when the continents were being created. So that is what I hear from them, the elders. So now they speak about Tiko. Let us go back to Tiko. Tiko is the sun god. They also worship the sun. But now they talk about the energy that came out of Tiko and brought here on earth these people with dark, very dark skin. No, they call them the Ntus. They call them Ntus. And in other languages, especially from the Bantu side of things, Ntu is believed to be God, but God the plural, not the singular God, but the plural. All the ancestors joined together of the Bantus are called Ntu. So Ntu is a god of the Bantus. But now the Khoi and the San people, they say that Tiko.
Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second.
Okay.
Yes, hold on for a second. Someone's making a lot of shuffling in the background.
It's not me.
Okay, go ahead. It's gone. It's gone.
Oh, okay. I was saying
it was just interfering with what you were saying.
Okay. The Khoi elders are saying that those who arrived here from Tiko, and remember Tiko, the sun, is closer to a certain planet that is called Sirius. So it is believed that those beings came from that planet and passed next to the sun. That is why when they arrived here, they had this dark, very dark pigmentation on their skin with too much melanin, because they passed next to the sun. So they called them the Ntus. Now those beings, when they arrived here, they told our ancestors, the Khoi people, that they were the first creation which came from Atum. In a matter of fact, they claimed to be Atum himself. The embodiment of Atum. And then they told these ones that they found here that you are lesser than us. You are not the embodiment of Atum. That is when our ancestors started calling them the god. And then they started learning a lot of things from those guys. But those gods were so much advanced to a fact that our ancestors are saying they took some of their people to another land where they did some things to them, and later they brought back these other people who didn't look like them but looked more wiser than them. They also looked more bigger than them, because if you can look at the Khoi and the San people, they are short people. You know, you find the tallest one is 1.5 or 1.6 meters. You'll never find anyone who is 2 meters tall. So the ones that the gods took to wherever they took them to and did whatever they did to them, when they returned, they were much taller than the original people. And they had a different color skin than the ones that were there, the Khoi. So it is believed that that is when the kingdoms were started. And when they were started, they started here in southern Africa and went up to the northern parts of Africa, where they had kingdoms of Kemet and other Kushite kingdoms, until again they came back again to take over the south again. But everything that they did, the elders are saying it started here, and they also have evidence of that, because they have shown me the first laboratories that were used to create those other people who came back not looking like them, and who came back as giants. So they showed me those laboratories were actually caves. There are caves up in the Mpumalanga region, here in South Africa, in Mpumalanga region. There is a place again where it is called Adam's Calendar, where you have stone henges that have been there for thousands and thousands of years. So those are some, not all, but some of the references of what prove, so to say, of what they talk about. And we also have rock paintings. The rock paintings that are within the caves in the Northern Cape, and you also find some of them in the Western Cape. And something very interesting about the Western Cape, which I don't know if my fellow South Africans know about that, but the elders told me that what we call Table Mountain. There's a mountain in Cape Town which is flat on top. They call it Table Mountain. They say that mountain was not always like that. It was cut at some point and created to be a landing place for the craft that the gods were using. But that is a story for another day.
Okay, I have a question. I do know that the oldest Ankh, the symbol of life, right? The oldest Ankh is in South Africa, right? Carved on a mountain, and it was dated to be about 50,000, or maybe even older, 50,000 years old, or maybe even older. So that kind of have you heard of that? The Ankh symbol?
Yes, I have heard about that, but the problem that we have is the dating of these things, because if we can look at the calendar that we are using now, it's not even 3,000 years old. It's less than 3,000 years old. So now when we date these events or these things that we find, these discoveries, how do we date them? Are we using the same calendar that is 2,000 years old, or are we going back to what our ancestors taught us as Africans? Because now I get my datings from the Khoi elders, who count the seasons as their years. Remember, now we are in August. When we exit August, we enter September. In the Gregorian calendar that we're using now, they say it is spring, the beginning of spring. But to us Africans, it's not the beginning of spring, it is the beginning of summer, which means it is the new year for us. So every time when we enter September, it is the new year. Now, you can see where the confusion will come from now. When you use the 12-month Gregorian calendar, or you use the 9-month African calendar.
Yeah, that makes sense. I do know that the time and the calendars were thrown off. You know, the Roman Augustus, the Roman emperor, and it was like Augustus and another Roman emperor. They actually messed up the calendar. They actually stole it from the Greeks. Like they got the Greek, you know, they got their calendar. We basically got our calendars on the Western world. We go off of the Greek and the Roman calendars, which they actually stole from Kemet, right? But they basically messed it up. They screwed up the timing because they took an hour off of a day. You know, they took certain days off of certain months and things of that nature, and they kind of like messed everything up. So that's why we have we added an hour. Sometimes we add an hour, and then sometimes we take an hour away out here on the West. You know what I mean? So it's all screwed up. So I would love to get more information on how our ancestors counted. You know, that makes more sense to me what you're explaining. Counting the month or the years, or counting the seasons versus counting like the days, you know. So I would say that things are a lot older than what we are taught to believe.
That is true.
Yeah. I feel that. I understand that. You know what I mean? Everything that we think is old is actually a lot older than what we were taught to believe.
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah. And that is why.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was saying that is why the history that has been written for us by the people who are not us is not accurate. Even the timeline of everything is off. It's not accurate. So now, when we go to our ancestors to seek this knowledge, when we ask our elders to seek this knowledge, our elders give us the true and precise, exact times and happenings and events which were not recorded in books. You may find in those rock paintings that there are some records there that you can read and interpret and know what was happening during that time. But these people that are writing our history for us, what they do is they go there and change everything to suit whatever agenda that they have, and to suit whatever they want us to know and whatever they want to keep from us. But the truth is there, and people like us who are the keepers of that knowledge, who go to the elders, who go to the ancestors, who consult with the spirit. When we come with such knowledge, they say it is a myth, or they say we are talking something that has no basis, that's something that has no proof because it wasn't written in a book, or I do not have a degree or a doctorate to produce and to show that I can speak of such things. You know, therefore, I do not have the authority to talk about such things.
Yeah, I agree with that, brother. And you know what's even sad? What's even sadder is the way we have been trained in the West. Like we're really kept away. We're really secluded and kept away from real knowledge. You know what I mean? Over here on the West, we only know what the white man teaches us. His story, his story of what happened, not our story. He teaches us his story. And then he makes it extremely hard for us to find the truth. Because all of these books, you know, all of these books that they allow to come into the West are distorted. They're full of lies. They're full of deceptions. You know, they got us standing on our heads, living, we're inside out and upside down. Yeah. We've been socially engineered to be inside out and upside down. But so, you know, I've always felt like the timing of how old things are was thrown off. Because they have us going off of a biblical timing when the supposed God of the Bible supposedly created the earth 6,000 years ago, and you know, so they got us thinking that we're going off of that timing, you know. So they try to squeeze all of existence into that timing of the Bible, right? So, or the Quran, or any other one of these religious books, they all basically the same. They basically all teach you lies. You know what I mean? It's not really the truth. It's like they take a little piece of the truth and build a mountain of lies under it. You know? And then that little piece of truth resonates with your spirit. It resonates with that little piece of truth that they use. It resonates with your spirit. So it makes you want to. It makes you, especially people who, melanated people born in the Western world. You know, it resonates with our spirit. So it makes us want to believe. It makes us believe in that little bitty truth that has a mountain of lies under it. You see what I mean? So
you have no other well to drink from, you know.
No other well. Just tainted.
There's no other well to drink from. You only have that jar that they give you to drink from, and you don't even know what they mixed within that jar. They just tell you that this is water. You take it and drink, but there's
it's poison.
For you
it's poison.
Drink.
Yes. So to hear you speak, you know, to hear you speak of the ancestors and the Khoisan and the things that you're saying, it really resonates with my spirit, because I know that it's the truth. I know truth when you know the truth when you hear it. You're gonna know the truth when you hear it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm really excited to hear some of the information that you bring into the table, because I love to learn. I'm a student. Student, and the earth is my classroom. The earth is my classroom. You know what I mean? So I'm a student. So I'm always willing to learn and wanting to learn more about the truth. You know, and it's just harder. You know, it's a lot harder to find the truth when you're living in the Western world, because you're it's like one big, it's like kind of hard to explain, but it's kind of like living in a fantasy, like a dream world that it's not real. None of it is real. None of this stuff, you know, the way we are raised and what they teach us, what they tell, who they say we are, who they say where we come from, none of it is the truth. You know, and we spend a lifetime trying to figure out who we are, because our identity was taken away from us due to the transatlantic slave trade and you know, having our language took away from us, having our culture taken away from us. So we just, you know, we're walking around like empty vessels, right? And you know, the same way you delete information off of a computer and replace it with other information, that's basically what they done to our soul, our spirit, our mind, our body. So it's very comforting and relieving to hear the truth, because it seeps into my spirit. It seeps into our body like you know, like breath, like the breath of air, like it's like breathing in. You know what I mean? Like I consume it. I consume the truth. And like I said, you know, I love to hear more of what you got to speak about. And I'm going to be listening and let you finish your thoughts. But I just wanted to, you know, thank you for the information that you're bringing to the table. I really appreciate that. So I'm going to be listening. So go ahead, brother. Finish teaching.
Actually, I just wanted to add on what you were saying now, that our purpose as human beings, for us to walk this earth, is to learn. We are here to gather information and take it back to where it all started. Remember, when I started speaking, I said Atum wanted to experience himself in the physical. So when Atum came to Earth, he wanted to collect information from his own creation and take it back to where it all started, you know, so that he can know how he did all this, or what was the purpose of all this. Remember, some people will bet to differ on this, but me and the elders who have trained me, we believe that even Utiko is still trying to find himself, and trying to find himself through us. The very same energy that gives us life, the very same energy that created everything, it is trying to find its own basis, its own origins, and it is using its own creation to do that. So for you to come here and learn, that is your purpose. That is the purpose of every human being that is living on this planet, because you have this, which is the brain. That brain is housing the atom, which is your consciousness. What is the duty of your consciousness? Is to accumulate and acquire all these experiences and knowledge and take it back to where it comes from. Ashe, my brother. Yes, sister, we can carry on.
Oh, so there's a question. There's a comment on the screen. I don't know if you see it.
Yes, it says, well, there must be a reason for us to be in this dilemma, where we had to go through slavery and indoctrinated into self-hatred and slave mentality. So must we had attracted those energies? I believe it's a question. Should I answer now?
Yes, of course.
Okay. When we go back to the narrative, that the story that I was giving earlier, you remember we spoke about the gods who descended here on earth. Maybe we should ask if the first people to walk this earth, who are the Khoi people, did they attract those gods? Did they invite them to come here and colonize them and do whatever they did to them? Well, I will ask my elders that question, but let me answer this one now. We did not attract those energies. For us to end up as slaves,
Exactly.
whatever is happening to us as Africans in the West and other countries, we didn't attract those things. What happened was the very same gods who descended here created these wise and clever beings, very highly intelligent beings who did their own experiments. Now we are not talking about the gods anymore. We are talking about the creation of those gods who were very intelligent. Now they did their own experiments now, trying to create their own slaves, because they were so much intelligent that they didn't want to do anything for themselves. They knew that they can create beings that can work for them, as they were created by the gods. So they were comparing themselves to the gods. And what they did was go to the mountains, those cold mountains of the Caucasian mountains. That's where they did their experiments there. Yes. Creating the beings that would come and work for them or take over their reign when they are exhausted or when they wanted to rest and not do anything. So that is where the kingdoms, the monarchies and all these kingdoms that you are seeing today, that is where they started. They started with these beings that were created by the gods, because they felt that they were superior and they were higher than any other being that was living on earth. They created their kingdoms now, ruling over everything that was on earth. And now when they created these other beings, those beings took the ideologies of their forefathers. They took everything, even the bloodline. That is why they had this idea that once you are king, the kingdom or the kingship must stay within the family. It mustn't go anywhere else. That's where this thing of the bloodline comes from. The kingdom bloodline, the bloodline of kings. Mm-hmm. It comes from there. The selfishness of these people and the arrogance and how they wanted to rule over everything. So now, slavery, that's where it comes from. We didn't invite it. We were just human beings that they found here. All those things came with those beings.
And let me add on to that, brother. Let me add on to that what you're saying, because that makes sense. See, the European, what we call the European today, was actually, like you said, an experiment, and they were created for, especially in those cold, harsh climates, right? And that changed their mentality, because in the cold, harsh climates, there is no, like, see, in Africa, we had herbs and fruits and berries, and you can just go and see pick fruits off of the tree. But in the mountains and in the snow, they didn't have any of that. So it changed it changed their not only were they genetically created and genetically spliced, right? They also their spirit, the way they see the world, the way they're against nature. We are a part of nature. They are designed to be against nature. And if you just look at their nature, everything they do is it's a destruction to nature, right? So it's like
it's aggressive.
So we are the children of nature. So of course they're going to naturally be against us. Of course they're going to naturally want to destroy us, because we are a part of nature and they are outside of nature. See, there's things that are natural and unnatural. See, even there are unnatural things within nature. and they're a part of that unnatural system that has been designed, and that's like a conflict right now between that which is natural and that which is unnatural. So we didn't ask to go through that. Like, they came down from those hills. We actually went up there to try to civilize them because they're our children. But during the process of us trying to civilize them, because they would come down and attack us, and you know, they didn't have a sense of tribalism. They had little small clans, and they lived up in those mountains, in those caves. And one clan would, in order to survive, one clan would go and fight and pillage and rob the other clan. So they brought that same mentality from those cold mountains. They brought that down, and they came down and they saw how beautiful and fruitful Africa was, and other lands that we existed. We didn't just exist on the continent of Africa. It was melanated people all over, right? So they came down from that Eurasian area, right? With that beast mentality, with that, you know, where you have to come and destroy in order to survive and get what you want. So they've been carrying that same mentality for thousands since they've been here on this earth. So when they came down and saw peaceful people living within peace, they didn't have to. It was plenty of food and water to go around for everyone. They just saw nothing but a way to come up and a way to destroy a peaceful people. See, we're not naturally a people of war. We were a people of peace and tranquility and love. They was up there fighting each other and destroying each other, and all they did was bring that same spirit and energy down once we civilized them enough to recognize that it's other people that exist. Because they didn't even know, you know, during the ice ages, they was just living up there. During the ice ages, they didn't need melanin in their skin because they wasn't getting that much sunlight. So they're just like they're the polar opposite of what we are. They're just a cold-spirited, created race of people who are totally against nature. They are designed to destroy. We are designed to create. So that's my add-on to you know, the question that the brother had in the comments. You know, we didn't ask for that. They were created, and it was like an experiment gone wrong. You know, it was like we created a monster and it escaped out of the lab, basically. Yeah, that's what happened.
And this monster was also born with jealousy, because he found out that most of the abilities of the first man he doesn't possess. You know, we were able to communicate with animals, we were able to communicate with plants, and they didn't have that, you know. So they just that we are going
and they still don't have it. Because think about this, brother. Why do they just have to go kill an animal? Why do they have to go just kill stuff, chop the head off, chop the skin? You have a bearskin rug in your house. You chop the animal's head off, have the animal head hanging in your house. You're just destroying. You're just a killer. You're making animals go extinct. You know, you're making people go extinct. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And then another thing is they hide the truth within their knowledge, right? Because they call us the human. We are the original human because we have a hue to our skin. Our skin has a hue. Hue means color, right? Yeah. But they are mankind. They are kind of like the original man. See, they call themselves mankind. You notice when they took the first step on the moon, they said one small step for man, one giant step for mankind. See, so they know that they are from the original, but they're not the original. So yeah, that's why they kill us live on TV. That's why they because they are jealous of us, and it's been like that ever since they've been created. They're jealous of the gods. Yeah, they're not connected to what we connected to. It's a different connection. So okay, I'm gonna press mute. So go ahead, brother. Go ahead and teach. You got me fired up.
So yeah, that is basically what happened after these beings were created. They felt that they can rule everything and everyone, and now they were driven by greed and also driven by jealousy. So now our ancestors, more especially, I would mostly like to reference towards the Khoi and the San tribe, because they are the first ones to walk this earth, and they are the people who have the true and original history of where we all come from. So now they were, and they still are, very, very, very peaceful people. They do not like war. They do not like all these conflicts, and in fact, you can even see in their practices, when they kill an animal, they whip for that animal. They ask for food from nature, and when they take it with respect, and they even have these ceremonies where they pay respect to what they are taking out of nature. And again, the Khoi and the San people never believed in taking from the earth, like mining. They never did any mining. These beings that came here are the ones who came with these ideas of mining, now starting to take from Mother Earth. And the Khoi and the San people believe that when you take from the earth, you are actually hurting the Mother Earth, and the Mother Earth will start bleeding. And when it starts bleeding, there will be natural disasters. So that is the belief of the Khoi and the San people. So yeah, we may move to another question there, sister.
Okay, what's the next question? Let me see.
I think
Yeah, the original people. I think we talked about the first inhabitants. How did they live? What is their way of life and their survival skills? Where do people come from? I think we covered those.
Yeah.
Are the research done by scientists and archaeologists accurate? And how do we trace our true history? I guess we can focus on that, the truth about our history.
Yes. We just
are the research done by scientists accurate?
Yes, we spoke about that when I touched on the calendar issue. Those researches are not accurate. I know people are gonna attack me for the statement that I just said, and people are gonna want to crucify me. But I will repeat that they are not accurate. Yes, they do have the mechanisms and the tools that they are using to date back their discoveries, and they also interpret our hieroglyphs. They also interpret our rock paintings and everything that we left as the legacy of our children, or for our next generation to know their history. They have the tools to decipher those things, as they say. You find people interpreting or yes, interpreting the hieroglyphs in Egypt, inside the pyramid. I mean, I don't know how many people can still speak Amharic, but you find people who claim to know how to interpret that into our modern languages. So we are forced to believe them because they do so with doctorates and bachelor's degrees in their hands.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this question, brother. Okay, so how old? Okay, what did your ancestors, what did your elders say about how old the Earth is? If we're not going off of the Greek and the Roman calendar, how old is the Earth, and how old are we as far as a people, like as far as a human? Because you spoke of earlier before the continents broke up, right? So were we? Yes. Was our ancestors still? Did they exist then before the Earth broke up into different continents? And if so, how old does your elders say all of that is?
Yes, they did exist during that time. That is where you will find that we spoke about the map, and when I was showing them the picture of a map that was on a piece of paper, they told me that this is not how the world looks like. Even now, they said how it looked like back then, that's not how it looked like. And even now, the maps that we have are wrong. They are not accurate. They say this is not how the world looks like even now. So they seem to have experienced when those continents were shifting and repositioning themselves the way they have repositioned themselves, because I have been told that there's records of that in a form of rock painting, but in a place that is covered by water now. They say before that, during that time when those events were happening, they were recorded there, those events. But then after that, there were floods. After the continent shifting, there were floods. So now those floods covered that portion, that space where they have left those records of those events. Now I ask the elders that are living now, the ones that are telling me these stories, that how do you know that? Because if that place is covered by water, that means no one can dive in there and go read those rock paintings down there. And there's something very interesting.
So you're saying that Amharic is not the oldest language? It looks like our guest speaker connection is up again. When you start speaking this high levels of truth, the connection will mess up. So we'll give him a few minutes to come back in.
No, it was just.
What's happening
Uh,
now?
I just got kicked out again.
Yeah, I did too.
Yes, we know. You see, the two that's doing the most talking are the two that get put out.
Yeah, ain't
Yeah,
that
maybe
something?
maybe I'm offending
So
someone
some
out
people,
there. So they just want to kick me out.
yeah, I'm gonna put
Hey,
the
but
question on. I'm gonna put the question on the screen. Look on the screen, and someone says, Geese is the first language in the earth. No, I don't think Geese is the first language.
No,
Geese is not
geese
the
is
first
even
language.
it's even younger than Aramic. You know, the Amharic
Yeah, he
language
asked
that
you
is
about Geese.
English is the oldest language. That was a joke.
Where you get that idea from?
That was a joke.
Oh,
I just
okay.
thought
Because
I
I'm
would.
gonna say that's way over the cliff right there. I don't know where you got that information from.
that is the youngest language. The
Yeah,
one
Yeah,
that we're
but
English is a
speaking.
baby language, a Baptist
Yeah,
baby
yeah.
language.
so look, brother, what year does
So,
okay? What?
so this is a wait. Hold on for a minute.
Go ahead.
So this
Okay.
brother is from Ethiopia, and he
Yeah.
hosts Ethiopia U.S. tours. He hosts tours from United States to Ethiopia. So he's Ethiopian. So of course he's going to say it's the first language in the earth, because according
Yes.
to their tradition, their language is old. So now maybe Ethiopians could hear a different side of culture outside of their own culture. Is saying that Geese is a bad language. No one is trying to disrespect it, but we have to come to a truth here,
Yes.
because
Yes.
that's what
It's
I'm about, and everybody should be about that as well, in their own integrity and their own morality. So if Geese isn't the first language, that's not a problem. That's not a bad thing. It's an old language still. It's old English. It's older than
yes.
Spanish.
Old. Very,
You
very
know,
old.
it's just not.
Yeah.
It's just not older than the language. You understand? And when we
Very.
come to grips with these things, I think we can have a better unity and a better form of relating to each other better, when we come to grips of seeking the truth versus only going by what we grew up on, only going on what our grandparents told us, and not seeking outside of what we think we know. So when someone else comes and says, no, Geese isn't the first language in the earth, there's no need to be offended or in your feelings about it. Go and research it so you can prove the situation right or wrong. And if you find that it's not the first language, don't still hold on to the wrong because you're in your ego or your pride. I'm not saying that this brother is like that, because I don't think he is. But he's come from his point of coming from his environment, his upbringing. So that's what he was told. Like, I always was grown up to know that English is not our language, that English was beaten to us. So I know that's not my mother tongue. We know that over here in the West. But you got some people over here in the West, they will die to speak like the Queen of England. Even in the Caribbean, they will die to speak the Queen's language. But then you got some over here in the Caribbean and over here in the United States that don't care the English. We know that language was beat into our DNA, and that's why we speak it. You know? So it's not to hurt anybody's feelings, it's not to criticize anybody's feelings, but we have to come to a truth. I feel what you're saying, Shepsu Haru. You said pleased with the effort of my brothers and sisters are doing to liberate themselves from sentiment. So sometimes it's better to not press too hard and to let things unfold. Well, that's why I added on and said it's not a disrespect when a one say that Geese is not the first language in the earth. That's not to diss the Geese language. That's not to put it to the trash can. It's just seeking the truth. And we will never, ever be able to seek truth if we're still hiding behind what's not true. That's all. I don't want to see it to disrespect anybody's language or culture or anything like that. We're all here, supposedly here, to each one teach one. But if you're not open, then that's just your prerogative. But at the same time, there's other people out there that are open for the truth and don't mind hearing the truth. So it's just the perspective. So I guess we gotta wait for the guest speaker to come back. Nevertheless, you can tell by the language of the click language that that's an old language. Some of those things you just, like you said earlier, once it resonates, it's true, because you have that inner right and wrong signal inside you. You know what I'm saying, Khufu?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, your spirit knows what's right and what's wrong. Basically, and when he comes back in, I want to ask him. What'd you say?
Yeah, but right now we haven't. He has another comment. I think it was. Oh, he said Amharic is driven out from Geese. Well, that could be true, but that still doesn't excuse it not being the old language, the first language. That may be true. I think the point here is we just, we're dealing with languages and the ages of languages. So there's always a first, not to put anybody in the back, but there's always a first of something, like you have someone who first created the car, and then someone will come behind that first creation and create another version of that car. Or you have someone who created the first refrigerator. We don't use the original refrigerator. We use a more updated type of refrigerator. So that's where I'm going with that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I think maybe I don't know, I want to say the data finished, but it looks like that connection knocked out. I guess that's why he said, I don't want to offend anybody and people are going to be mad when we say this, because he had a feeling that wouldn't,
Yeah.
Maybe people were getting offended or whatever.
He will come back. I know him, he will come back.
Yeah, I want to ask him. I want to build with him.
He's coming back.
Okay. I got a question.
Oh, no, Ethio US tours. There's no reason to feel like you offended anyone. You didn't offend anyone. We're all having a grown-up conversation here. there's no need to feel like you offended anybody. And we don't want you to think that we're trying to offend you either.
I actually want to do research on
because
this language, and I want to learn more about it. I'm not offended. I'm interested. I want to learn more about it.
The reason why I said that because someone in the chat was saying that that it could never be taken seriously when someone just comes up with a statement with no evidence, and that anyone can say anything they want. What's the purpose behind his statement? So I was just saying, I didn't know which statement you was talking about, Shepsu. So I just commented and said he was speaking about languages. So that's why he mentioned it. And then the brother from Ethiopia came with what he knows, you know. Now, the brother from Ethiopia, I don't think he meant when he said that Geese is the oldest language on earth. I think he just said that, Shepsu Haru, because that's the culture he comes from. So he's speaking from what he knows. And I'm sure he's smart enough to go and do his due diligence and research it to see if it's correct or not, you know? I understand what you're saying, you know. I'm not about the statement of the Geese being oldest language. That cannot be taken seriously when someone states something with no evidence. Okay.
Can I come in on that?
Okay, no problem.
Yes. I think the brother is not wrong to believe that Geese is the
I understand.
first.
I understand what Shepsu is saying. Stand you, Shepsu. I got. All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Actually, we touched on that before. That those who write our history for us are the ones who are confusing us. They are the ones who are causing all this confusion, because now there are old writings that are housed in certain religious buildings in Ethiopia, which are believed to be very, very, very old, and they are written in the same language that the brother was referring to there, the Geese language. So now, who came to Ethiopia and dated those books? Is it the Ethiopians who dated the books and told their children that these books are this many years old? Is it the archaeologists from the West who came and dated the books and told the very same Ethiopians who owned those books that your books are so much and so much years old? That is where the confusion is. That is not why now the Ethiopians believe that they possess the first language on earth, because of what they were told by those archaeologists who came and dated their writing for them.
Did he go back out?
I'm still here.
Okay, let me ask you. I wanted to before I forget this question. What do you think the relation is between the Dogon, right? The Dogon, because they have a similar creation story, and they also speak of, you know, I don't know if they speak of Atum, but I don't know if it's a different language, so they don't call it that. But the Dogon speak of, you know, Sirius, you know, say that we come from somewhere, our ancestors come from somewhere like Sirius B, or you know, I got to do a little more research on their, you know, the origin of their creation story. But what is the relation? Is there a relation between the Khoisan people and the Dogon?
The Dogon people, yes. Remember, I spoke of the time where the continents were created.
Yes.
Now we had the Khoi. The Khoi were the first people, and later on the San tribe came into the mix. This is what I was explaining to our host last week, that the Khoi and the San are two different tribes. It is not one tribe, which is called Khoisan. That came about when the Dutch people landed here on South Africa, and the English people, when they later came and colonized everyone. Now they call them the Khoisan, classifying them under one group, but two groups: the Khoi and the San tribe. So now, during that time when the continents were shifting apart, what happened was there were some that moved continent, and then those were the ones who were fortunate enough to meet the creation of the God later. But the ones that were left behind are the ones who had to deal with that creation. They are the ones who fought with the giants, and they are the ones who also died in the second flood with the giants. So I am yet to understand that part. I will go and consult again with the elder. But I believe the Dogons that you're talking about, they come from that lineage of the Khoi who migrated to other parts when the continents were shifted.
Okay, so there is a relation. There is a there is a relation between the two.
Yes.
Okay, I figured that because it sounded really, what you're explaining sounded really familiar with what the Dogon say. They basically say their ancestors came from the same, the same star system and all of that. So I was just trying to figure out, like, what. There has to be a relation to that. They have to be like maybe distant cousins or relatives,
Yes, they can actually trace themselves back to the Khoi tribe.
Oh wow, okay.
Because even the Kemet that we call Kemet today, which is Egypt, it was not in the far north part of Africa. It actually started here in South Africa, where
they
they
say they come from the south. They do say their ancestors came from the south central Africa. They don't say they originated in and even the Dogon say they came from Kemet. They said that their ancestors come from Kemet, the Kemet area. So there is, that's interesting, brother. I have to do some more research because there is a relation. It's not a coincidence that all of these different tribes kind of say they all come from the same ancestors, basically.
Yes, and what I like to do, I like to have a dialogue with people who research from the Western teaching, people who research from those archaeological researches that were written by other people. And then when they bring that knowledge to me, I take it to the elders and compare what the elders are saying to what the people who have discovered us are saying. Because they claim to have discovered us. They claim to have discovered everything, you know. So that is where I find.
That's called comparative studies. That's very smart.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that you're doing that, because you know you get information and then you go to the source and see what is the difference. Like, what's the truth in what they're saying and what's not the truth, right? And then you pick out. It's like eating the meat and spitting out the bones. Basically, you take that truth out of something that might not all the way be completely truthful, but you take the truth out of it, right? And then you add it to your knowledge. You add it to your you know, to your studies. That's a good method. I like that.
After that, I go into meditation, and then that is where I have my experiences now with other entities, now with other realms of existence, and that is where I go and confirm now what I believe to be.
That's good. I like that. That is very interesting. So as far as the are you familiar with the Dogon language? Is that also, can that also be, is it like a branch, or is it like similar to the Khoi people, or is it similar? Does it have some of the same words, or you know what I'm trying to say?
Yes, I understand what you're trying to say. I'm not that much familiar with that language, but from what I have heard, you see, the Egyptians that we talk about today is mainly that part of Cairo, in the northern part of Africa. But now, when the question comes, as in the Dogon language, are you talking about the one that came from up there in the Egypt that we see today, or are you talking about the one?
I'm talking about the language that they speak now. I'm not talking about the Medu Neter. You know, I'm not talking about that, the Coptic, because I know it's the some of the people in Coptic. In modern Egypt, they speak the Coptic language, right? And that's the closest. That's the closest to the ancient language that they, you know. So I'm not necessarily talking about that. I'm talking about the language that the Dogon people speak to this day. You know, I'm trying to figure out, is that language that they speak today related to the Khoi, the language that the Khoi people speak?
I don't think so, because it is related to mostly the Bantu languages.
Oh, it's a Bantu language, okay.
Yes, remember the Bantu languages came after the gods arrived. The first language was the Khoi language, which was the first one, and then when the gods arrived, they arrived with their language, and that's where the Bantu people and all those languages sprang out from. And if you can check, later on, when the Bantu people started mingling with the Khoi again, there were new languages that were born now. You have people like the Khoza people. The Khoza people, their language is a mixture of the Khoi language and the Zulu language. And of which the Zulu language is a Nguni part of the Bantu languages.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yes. So all these other languages came after the gods were here.
So did the gods leave? Where did they go? Did they leave? Are they still here?
They left their progeny here. We still have traces of them. Even their kingdoms still exist. There's one that seems to be staying here forever. It doesn't even want to be erased. It's up there in England. That kingdom that claims the bloodline of the angels.
I never heard of it.
They call themselves the English, of which English means angels' language.
Okay,
so
I didn't know that.
You can just imagine if someone calls himself an angel, what do they mean?
They mean that they are of God. They mean that they're godlike.
Yes. So they are still here. They haven't.
Right?
Yes, I believe that. I do know that we do have some we have been genetically spliced with genetics from the gods, or else we wouldn't be able to create all the things that we create just as mankind, as humans. We wouldn't be able to do some of the things that we do because we're unlike any other animal, any other living creature on this earth. Our level of intelligence, is superior. So and they say the missing link between, like the ancient, the Neanderthals and they're still trying to figure out how did we get smart? What happened to the human race that one moment we were like, I won't say everybody because I don't even know if the evolution. I don't think we came from monkeys. I don't know about that. I feel like that's I feel like that's a lie. Like I don't think that we. I think we were always what we are right now. I don't think we evolved from an ape-like creature and then just got smarter and smarter until we're building skyscrapers and smartphones. You know what I mean? It's just something doesn't make sense about that whole concept.
Hence, I was saying there were already people who were living on this planet before the gods came. And remember, we are referring to them as gods because when they came here, they appeared to be gods over those that they found here on Earth. But they were human beings, just like you and me. It's just that they were different because they come from a different planet.
Yes.
Hence I said they had dark skin. The skin with too much melanin in it. And when they got here, other cultures believe that they were accompanied by reptilians and all those other things. But what I hear from the Khoi elders is that all those creatures that they're talking about, all the half human, half animal beings were created here on Earth. They didn't come with the gods from up there. They created them here during the time when they were doing their experiments, trying to create the perfect being that they wanted to create so that it can rule over this planet. So while they were trying to create that perfect being, that's when they were making mistakes and half human, half animal type of beings. That's when they were created. you know. So you get those things as those type of stories as a myth, you know, as folklores which are myths, but we have evidence of that. We also have such stories painted on rock paintings in those caves in the Northern Cape. So I don't think our Khoisan ancestors were high when they were drawing those paintings on the rock, you know, or they had drank some hallucinogenic drink that made them draw that. No, they were recording something. Those are records of events that were happening, you know.
Yes, I get it. Yeah.
So some of our brothers and sisters who are in existence today come from that that time, you know, where the Bantus, most of the Bantus believe they are from they are from the sky, you know, like the Zulu people. Zulu means the sky, you know, the word Zulu is the sky. So when they say Zulu, they actually mean you are of the sky. You are someone who hails from the sky. What is that? Why would they call themselves Amazulu, the people from the sky? Where do they get that? No, it is not just something that they imagine. It is something that they know, and it is encoded within their DNA. You know. So,
Right.
yeah,
Exactly.
that is our truth, brother, and we should make sure that it head across.
So it's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence that every tribe or every different spiritual system trace themselves back to the sky. They you know, every you know, or the worship of the sun. Some say they come from the sun, you know, children of the sun, or sky people, or Sirius B, you know, like we're you know, so it's like and you know, even some modern day scientists, some Western scientists nowadays say that the human germ germ came on a meteor. You know, they still want to try to throw us into the evolution thing and say we came from a fish that crawled onto the land, and then the fish turned into something that can breathe air, and then it turned into, like, they still want to try to say, throw that smoke screen. But modern science, some modern scientists are now saying that the human race didn't originate on this planet. It originated from a different planet, you know. So it's, you know, even modern day scientists nowadays are even starting to kind of admit that we are children of the stars. We're children of the cosmos, and we're just down here having an earthly experience. We're atum. We're many. We're one consciousness split into many.
Good.
And we're just here. Your experience is different than my experience, but we're connected. It's the same. And we're all trying to understand our purpose and are the reason why we exist the way we do. That's why everybody is there's not one person on this earth that's the same, because the one consciousness created all of us to be different, to have a different experience, so that it can learn itself. That's my full, you know, belief, and that's what God is. You know, that's you know, God is all life. God is all life. That's what my concept of God is. It's not something that's in a book.
You just summarized everything that I spoke about today, you know, from the beginning up until now. And that is exactly the same thing that we all believe in. More especially people who are interested in knowing their whereabouts and where they come from and where they are going, you know. um there are only few elders who are left of the Khoi and the San tribe. Most of them have been diluted by this um, race mixture of um, the whites that came here in South Africa and married, not even marry, but you know, raping them, creating the people that we call the coloureds today. So if you come here to South Africa, you will find the colored people who claim to be direct descendants of the Khoi and the San tribe, who claim to be the last surviving Khoi and San people. Like me, I'm one of them. You know, my mother is half colored and half Bantu. So I'm also one of those people who can claim that I have the Khoi San blood within my veins, but you know, I'm not the original. The original
I
one.
see it. I see it in your phenotype. I can tell. I see it.
Yeah.
I can see it.
The ones that you find that are still original Khoi people, there's only few of them, and they are going extinct. You know, if they die with all this knowledge, then we are doomed. You know, people.
That's what you're here for, brother. That's what you're here for. You're here to get that information and pass it on to the next. You're very important. The role you play, the role you play is very important.
Yes.
To take that and be custodians.
He's here to keep that wheel spinning.
Yes. Big up.
Ajay.
Have the wheels.
That is a very honorable
60
position.
degrees, keep spinning. So Shep Suharu has another statement. It's on the screen. Shepsu was on the move tonight. He's making you think.
That there are beings superior than us, since we are the manifestation of God on earth. We are gods having a human experience. Therefore, no being can be superior to us. That is true, but remember the very
I get his
same
premise. I get it.
the very same gods that we are talking about were created the same way as we were created. You know, it is a matter of who came first or what came first. But the same way that our planet was created, it is the same way that their planet was created. The fact is that they grew wiser faster than us, and they were able to reach a certain level of civilization and technology before us. Remember, when they came here, they found us still living the natural way of life. All these, we were not concerned with all these other things of mining and creating tools and all of those things. So when they came with their civilization, that is why I said they made us believe that they were our gods. Why? Because they could see that they are more advanced than us. I agree with you when you say we are of God, yes, and we are gods, so we are also superior. That is true. But we have been made to believe that we are inferior by those who came and ruled us. And they are still ruling us even today. Do you agree?
Okay, and let me add on to that. You got to think about it like this too, though.
Oh.
Okay, like they came and they left. They came and they went. They came here and taught us some of what they know, not everything. I don't even think, you know, our minds could fathom some of the stuff that they know, some of the things that, some of the secrets of the universe. So I would have to say that I think there are beings out there that are more pure. I won't say superior. I don't want to use the word superior. I will say more pure, more closer to what the original is. Because we got to remember, we're watered down. I did a DNA test. I got European in me. I got all these other mixes of, like, we're tainted, to just be all the way honest. So I won't use the word superior, but I will say that our bloodline has been mixed and mingled and tainted. You know what I mean? To the point where we're not as close to the original than they may be. I don't want to use the word superior, but I will use the word like we've been tainted. Our bloodline has been, you know, mixed, and I think that had some adverse effects on who we are. Because look at us, look around, look how we kill each other, look how we treat each other, look what we do to each other, look how we, you know what I'm saying? Look at the nature of us. Our nature has been changed from what it originally was at some point. So it, you know, I don't have to use the word superior, but I will tell you this much. There are beings that exist that are not doing that don't live on a lower vibration like we do. All this war and killing each other, and like, it's just foul. It's just a you know, the way we do each other. You know, so it's like, yeah, we are gods having a human experience. We're spiritual beings having a human experience. And part of that human experience is the lower vibration, the way we treat each other. It's not all good. It's not all good because we've been corrupted. You know, we've been corrupted. That's just how I see it. You know, now I believe that there are beings that haven't been corrupted, that don't kill each other, that are directly connected to the universe, that know who and what they are and their purpose, and know all of that already, that are actually older than we are. The planet they come from is probably millions of years older than the Earth. So they've had more of a chance to, you know, grow and learn.
Yes. You can find evidence of that when you do the types of
he has another comment too.
The types of meditations that I do with the elders, where you go into trance, you know, that is where you can meet those beings that you are talking about that are pure, you know, because they also have a way of connecting with us using the same technology that we also use here, you know, and that is why I'm talking about the knowledge being lost. If we lose these elders and lose those methods of communicating with these other beings, then we are doomed. There's havoc that is happening here. It's going to be worse. Let me answer this. I know the confusion of the brother. What we are talking about are the deities. Yes, you see now.
I think
many people.
I think what he's trying to say is that I think he was. I don't. Wait, hold on. I don't think he was saying that you're speaking in confusion. I think he's saying he knows that the confusion comes in with that Syria thing, and then he's this on to say what we're talking about are the deities, which are forces of nature, which we personify. So I don't think he was trying to say you was coming with confusion. I just think the way he worded it, you know, I guess that's what he meant. I don't know.
If Shepsu was listening earlier, I said there are records of these beings. You know, there are things that we know exist in the spiritual realm, and then we do personify. When we personify them, we use them within the folklore that we tell. You know? But now when we are talking about these beings that came here, down here on earth, that is not a personification of anything. That is the actual event that happened, because we have records of that. You know, we have the stone paintings that were painted by our Khoi and the Stan ancestors who witnessed those things happen. You know, so the confusion there, maybe he's talking about the part where we are personifying certain deities, you know. But when
you can be hard,
right.
You can be hard as you feel you need to be. It's nothing like it's, you know, this is, you can challenge any of this information if you feel like you know. If you feel like you know something more than we do, be free to share. You know what I mean? This is light work. This is actually light work to me, but
exactly.
You know, it's nothing.
Yeah.
You're entitled to your opinion, you know. And
well, here's the next comment he made. Shepsu putting us to work over here. I like it too. He make you think. He's bringing me into that subconscious, making people think. Like doing, but you're gonna think on real radio talk.
Okay.
But not. I think he's
oh no,
talking
that was
about
the wrong one. I'm sorry. That's the wrong one.
Because our logic is based in European.
I meant to
yeah, that's definitely not the truth. Now I'm gonna have to disagree with you, Haru. You got the same last name as me, but we not agreeing on that.
Yeah.
You need to come in. You need to click the link since you thinking that. Since you on that, you need to click the link and let me. Since I'm on a European reality, let me hear what you. What is your thoughts? What's your reality?
I thought we were speaking Afrocentric stuff here. You know.
Yeah. So I don't know where he.
Oh, he said, let's do it. He said, let's do it. I think what he's trying to say is that we over here in the Western world, what he's trying to say is this. We over here in the Western world, in the Caribbean, people in Africa, we the European paradigm. We do see reality through a European perspective.
Yeah.
He may not necessarily be saying me, you, and everybody on the panel, but I believe that he's just speaking like in a general terms, Kufu, that generally speaking, most people are operating on a European perspective.
Okay. Us as a people, generally speaking, I will agree on that. Generally speaking, us as a people, especially people that was born and raised in the West, I will say that I can agree with on that aspect. If that's what he's meant.
Waiting on white Jesus, blue eyes, blonde hair, white man that's going to come in and save you for all your sins. And that's some reality. And then they change him from white to black to make the story. Wait, hold on. Then they change him from white to black to make the story appear to be even more real.
That's what I said earlier.
Next he's going to be blue with polka dots. Listen, next he's going to be blue with polka dots. See, he's blue now.
Yes.
And he has polka dots. So no matter how you change his color, the fairy tale is still a fairy tale. And I think what he's saying is we're still conditioned in some of those fairy tales and some of those fake cultures that don't belong to us. You know, we've been messed up 500 years. 500 years, Kufu. You see what we go through on Facebook. We trying to unwash our people and they argue with you. They block you, like you no more, because you're trying to help them.
You see now.
So he's right about what he's saying. He's right. We are corrupted.
Yeah. Generally speaking, yeah, I can agree on that. You know. Yeah, I can agree with that. Generally speaking.
And now you have someone like me coming from South Africa, who doesn't reference his knowledge from Western books or any type of religion, but I go and speak to the custodians of this knowledge, to the people who are still carrying that ancient knowledge that they suckled from their mothers, and they also go and show me where the evidence is hidden of what they are talking about, you know. And then I come and listen to people like my brother here, Shepsu, who is challenging what we are saying, and then I take from him what he is saying that he has learned from the Western, and compare it to what I learned from the original people who hold the original truth. I combine those things and weigh them and see what is my conclusion out of that. And as I said, my conclusion I find through meditation. And when I meditate, that is where I meet other entities from other realms of reality, and that is where I make my conclusion. And when I sit here and speak, I speak from that point of view.
So you're definitely not coming from a European reality. You know what I'm saying? Because your information is not even connected to anything they're talking about. And you're not saying anything no different than what I'm saying. Your belief, you know, I'm in total agreement with what everything you've said. I haven't disagreed with anything you said because what you're saying is the truth. See, I'm not going to disagree with something that I know to be the truth. So, you know, everybody, you know, like I said, we're all here having a different earthly experience, and we're not always going to see eye to eye because it's so much information out there and knowledge to where, you know, it's infinite. Knowledge is actually infinite. You know, it's an infinite thing. And iron sharpens iron. Iron sharpens iron.
We should have this discussion on another.
I agree.
Listen, our Ethiopian brother says he has a question about Lucy. Can you tell us something about that?
I don't quite.
The correct name is Deknesh.
Lucy. Is that a person's name?
That's the oldest bones. That's the oldest found female found in Ethiopia.
Oh,
you know, the bones that they found in Ethiopia that
the Homo sapien bones.
Yes. Yeah, the Homo sapien sapien, a female.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
right.
This is another thing that's gonna make people fight with me again now. That's a lie, man. Those are utter lies by these guys who come here to rewrite our history. You know,
them are monkey bones, huh?
they
Monkey bones.
They're trying to make us believe that we were monkeys before, and that's not true. That Lucy is their puppet. You know, they created that puppet and brought it here to come and do. You know, no.
So you're trying to say? So you're trying to say Lucy never existed? That is a straight fable, a fairy tale
that is
to the core.
Of course, they might have found those bones somewhere in Ethiopia, but they are monkey bones. Yes, they belong to a certain ape that was living in Ethiopia, but not during those years that they are counting. You know, with their dating methods, telling us that the bones are 1 million years old or 300,000 years old. Man.
Yeah. And you know, there is evidence of genetic splicing because science is ancient. Science has not come from the white man. Actually, the white man learned science from us. You see what I'm saying? So there is evidence. It's a cave. Look, the next time you come on the show, right, I'm going to find, it's a cave where they found all kind of different skulls, right? And these skulls were they were all different. It was almost like a laboratory, like they were genetic splicing, mixing different breeds of monkeys, and maybe they even tried to mix like human with monkey, and you know, but this is not something that happened. Have you heard, you know what I'm talking about?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, yeah, see, so okay. Well, yeah, see, genetic splicing has been happening, you know, for a while, you know what I mean? So I think that there are ancient scientists that schools were they were all different. It was almost like a laboratory, like they were genetic. It's like a mixing different breeds of.
Oh, we got you on the panel. Okay. You told him to come.
That's what's up. So
you can finish your thought.
Anyway, there's a cave. I think it is in South Africa, and scientists found like different types of humanoid type species, right? And they all were different, and they don't know why was there so many different types of humanoid type, ape type, you know, ancient. I guess you can call them apes. I don't know if I would call them humans. You know what I mean? But they found all these different types of.
That place is down here in South Africa. They call it the cradle of humankind.
Okay, so
I've been shown this place by
why was there so many different types of
those guys came here to play, ate all those fossils and give us our history in that way, you know. But what we know is that there was a laboratory somewhere here in the south, and it is that laboratory that was for the gods that we were talking about, and that's where the experiments were made. So what you just said now, it rings the truth within me, because that is what the elders have told me, exactly what they told me, and you were just that.
And you know, I didn't even know that. Like, I didn't even put together what you said earlier, because I did research on that. You know, I'm into genetics and genetic splicing and breeding, and you know, that's something that I'm into. So I do research on that type of stuff, and I do remember a cave that they found these. So I say all that in relation to the question that the brother had talking about Lucy. Lucy could have been part of that whole breeding experiment that ancient scientists, you know, I'm not talking about these people, these white boys running around talking about they scientists right now. I'm talking about ancient science. You know what I mean? That could have been part of that. You know what I mean? So when you said that there was a cave in South Africa, I knew it was in South Africa too. It's just coming to me. You know what I mean? So, you know, I'm gonna have to do more research on that, but that is evidence that there is genetic splicing, because why would there be all these different type of skulls of like ape-like type creatures found in a cave, right?
In one place.
In one place. And they didn't all look related. They didn't look like they were from the same family, or like, you know, it was just like different types of skulls and body parts. So, you know, I say that to say that I do know that there were ancient apes and ancient humanoid type creatures that existed, and I do believe that the Earth is a lot older than what they tell us. I believe that there were a lot more living beings that are extinct now. You know, that you know, animals go extinct every day. There's somewhere on the earth there's an animal going extinct every day. So that's not too far-fetched. That's not a too far-fetched concept. You know what I mean? So as far as the Lucy thing, I don't, you know.
As I was saying, we should grab the knowledge from our Khoi and the San ancestors while they are still here, because they are going extinct too, you know.
Hey, you're gonna make me visit. You're gonna make me visit South Africa, brother. I'm gonna have to get my passport.
Come over here. I'm waiting for you. I'll take you everywhere.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get my passport.
He don't understand what he's doing to us. He don't understand what he's doing to us over here right now, Khufu. And Shepsu Haru gonna be right there asking all the questions.
We're
gonna bring Shepsu Haru in.
And you should just meet the elders and talk to them. Ask them these questions that you're asking me.
Hey, you know? I would love that, man. Like, I would love that. You know, I would absolutely love that.
For real.
Matter of fact, we need to arrange that, brother. We need to actually arrange that.
True,
you know.
True. I have a few minutes left, sister. May I ask to be excused after 10 minutes from now?
Okay, so we're gonna let Shepsu Haru come on, and you and him could converse for the next 10 minutes, and then we, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, because I gotta go in a little while too.
Yeah.
And then we can also introduce.
Because we'll be back on Saturday.
Yes, that's what I was saying. You can also introduce the next show, which will be on Saturday.
All right, let's do it. Let's just do a part 2 then, a continuation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Shepsu Haru, you can speak now. You can unmute your mic. We're giving you the last minutes to speak. I wish you was on earlier, but the time is now, so you have the floor.
Welcome, Shepsu.
Shepsu Haru.
That's what I was saying.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Oh, I'm very glad to meet you all, guys. Yes, we'll have to, because time
nice
is too
to
short
meet you too.
to be able.
Shepsu Haru, you can speak now. You know, unmute your mic.
Yeah.
If you mute your TV though, mute your TV so it doesn't.
No, I have no TV on.
Okay, I'm hearing a echo.
Wait, mute your computer.
Oh yes. Hold on.
Something is reverbing in the background.
That was no, that's your show again. Yes. Now it's better now, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Well.
Yes, much better.
I'm very happy to meet people like me who are in search of the truth. And sometimes we can delude ourselves by thinking that African people were living very harmoniously
while we have evidence of tribal war between them. They were killing each other on many occasions, enslaving each other. Although it wasn't chattel slavery, we know about the unrest, social unrest in ancient Africa. We know about the ancient kings who were crazy for white women, imported white women, and the white women, when they came with their culture and everything. They didn't only just a person came with their way of being, the way of doing things, which also contaminated the way of life of these old people. And it is difficult to just accept that because if we say that God is perfect, God is harmony. God will not let something happen to you unless you are attracted to yourself. Why would God let something happen? You have to have created that kind of energy so you can attract it. You have to go through a slavery. Now you're gonna say it's slavery, you're gonna think of all the suffering about slavery, about being harsh, because we're thinking in a mentality. That's the way we're thinking. That's a way of thinking of suffering. But if we were able to go beyond the experience of suffering, maybe we can see it in another light. But we're talking about different dimension of thinking, because once we are in this limited dimension of thinking, that we're thinking that we are a human being with emotions, somebody who's limited. So all our emotions and our energies work with that same thought, with that same belief of us being that way. So that's why we suffer. But when we are able to go beyond those limitations, that we are not human beings, we are gods, having a human experience, understanding the purpose of those energies, the purpose of those emotions that we have, then we can see it in a different light. But for you to do that, it's not like, let's say, something that we can just say it is like that, because what we feel, we cannot just change overnight. That's why we need a modification of our behavior. And to do that, we have to modify the way we feel about things. And to do that, that's the hardest part to do, because you can dress African, you can speak African, you can practice any African religion while you think in a limited way. You're not thinking in a godly way, but you always say, "Oh, I'm a God having a human experience," but you're always thinking about in a limited way, not thinking in a godly way. We all. I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about we all, including myself, because I know how hard. Pardon me? Mm-hmm. Yeah, how hard it is to really.
I said, yeah, we.
Yes, how hard it is for us to have a real transformation without lying to ourselves. Because we have to accept everything. We have to accept when you go into a real transformation, you have to have an open mind. Although everything the brother said about European being experiment, and also European grew up in a harsh environment, and then that's how he because many say that European came from black, and then because of being under during the long period during the Ice Age, so the physical transformation had taken place and all that stuff. Yes, I understand all of that, and then they say, oh, that could be the reason why they are so harsh. They are, when they want to destroy everything, because they were hard for them to get food, and they had to eat each other and all this stuff. I have heard all of it. It's not that I haven't heard, but when I ask a question, it's because I want to see whether or not you can accept that there must be a reason why we had to go through that experience. You see, there must be a reason. It cannot be like
everything happens for a reason.
Well, they had to be, we had to attract that energy. We had to attract it. What comes to you is because of you had attracted it. You see, and that's how you do magic. That's how we that's how we do juju. We have to focus on an energy, create. You have like that, like let's say imagination coming from the word magic. To do magic, you imagine so an objective before you manifest it in reality. It doesn't come. It doesn't just come to you. You have to like create it. And
Okay,
then,
you know what, brother? I can agree that we did attract what happened to us because. Wait. Okay.
That.
I think it was the echo.
What was that? Okay.
No, I agree. If you can remember earlier, I said the Europeans, we went and tried to civilize them. And by civilizing and by encountering them and trying to civilize them, we attracted them to our way of living, right? So I can agree with what you're saying. It is the law of attraction, So we did attract them by going to encounter and try to help them because we tried to civilize them. So I agree with that.
I don't disagree that had happened. The only thing that people need to understand is like, when you say that, you cannot say like all the blame goes to the European. You see, because we are to blame also, because once we get into the comfort of the way they taught us about life, of what's good, it's difficult for us to detach ourselves from those sensations and emotions. We are hooked to it. So what we call enjoyment of life is all based on what has been taught to us by them. And what we have known, what we have seen, we have been influenced first by our parents and by our schools, by our church, by our TV, by the newspaper, and all of them was for only one agenda, had only one agenda. And that agenda was to colonize our minds. So now we can not think beyond what they want us to think. We have to think only within the parameters that they have created within ourselves, because once you think something that's not in harmony with what you have been taught, you get an electrical shock within, which prevents you to go beyond that thought. That's how you modify people's behavior, because people act in a way that's dictated by their emotions. They don't act randomly, just like that. That's why people think they have free will, which is not true. The will that you have is based on what you feel, and what you feel is based on how you've been programmed, or how you've been indoctrinated, on how you've been conditioned. So if you only, let's say they taught you history, African history now, and you start seeing something there is something different about reality, but it doesn't mean that we are off the hook yet. You see, but that's a good sign though, that we have seen something. We have seen the light. We're opening the gates. We're opening the door. We start understanding that all of those things were lie, and then that we are living in a frequency that was created by them. So when we share the same frequency as they do, that's when we suffer, because the things that they call hate or envy or all these words that they use when we create certain emotions within us, we are vibrating in their frequency. That's how we get affected by them, because we are the same interpretation they have for the reality. We also have the same interpretation. So even if we say no, we are liberated, but if we feel when they speak about certain things, then we are not liberated yet. We feel it and we think within the same parameters that were imposed on us, because at the age we were imposed to those. We're not even talking about epigenetics, which goes further behind, further back, 7 generations, and some people say even more generations, that you are influenced through epigenetics, to the genes of mother, to grandfather. I mean, there is several generations even in slavery that there are things that hurt, that we are still having, and experiences that we are still having, that only there are inheritance from those back then. You see, but what I'm saying is, and we don't even have to go there, just by knowing when we grew up, where did we grow up, and weren't anything European in our environment could have influenced us while we were at our more vulnerable stage of our existence. And if unless they weren't, but how difficult would that be? Because Europe have colonized the whole Africa, the whole America. Everywhere is European, and then if you don't look like European, you're not beauty. If your hair is not a European hair, you're not beauty. We start fighting for that, although Rasta man and people like that always kept their culture and try to keep some of their tradition, and keeping their hair, and not to follow social rules. But even doing that, they were not practicing the real culture. They were relying on the European Bible, which they still do. And as long as you are not able to know that you were at an age of vulnerability, when those programs were put within your being, you will not know that you're not free yet. You cannot know. You think you're free. You think, oh, I know African. No, the white man did all this. This is not what you need to liberate. You need to liberate that program that was inculcated within you, not only from birth.
Okay.
Back and back and back.
You're right, brother. You know what? I agree. You are correct. I don't have any, you're not saying anything wrong. I agree that we have been socially engineered throughout.
Yes.
We've been socially engineered to be what we are. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
And we have been taught to believe that white is right and black is get back. You know what I mean? We've been taught that, and even though we think that we're conscious, even though that we think that we're African-centered, and we still have the European inside of us, we still have it inside of our minds. We've still been programmed.
Yes, sir.
So I cannot disagree with the truth. That is the total truth.
And the thing is, I've been practicing spirituality for many years. I studied a lot of African history, and even in college, and also I've been part of certain societies, African societies, for many years. And for me, and I have very challenging experiences that had helped me. If I didn't know spirituality, I would have not been here to speak with you. But spirituality has shown to me how to use those experiences in my advantage, so I can grow. Otherwise, I would have not known the things I knew if I had let those experiences overcome me. As I've seen people have killed themselves, and people have gone to jail, people have done all sorts of things when certain experiences come to them, which is even out of the normal. You see, like let's say if somebody has done juju on you, you cannot even explain that to people. People might think, oh, you're crazy. But what spirituality will tell you, don't say anything to anybody. We're going to deal with this manner. So it's like it's different. You're going through an experience but you cannot speak it out. But it's so hard, it's difficult, and you have it difficult adapting to this new situation because the word have come upside down on you.
Because we're taught to not believe in that. We're taught to think that doesn't exist. We're taught to think that is not, because the Bible say that's not real. We're supposed to believe that, and that's what I meant. Yeah, you're right. And what can you do in a society when you do have a root on you, or you do have juju on you? Who do you go to? Who can you talk to about that when nobody's going to believe you?
Exactly. So it's because of a spirituality that I have been able to manage those situations, and I'm able to speak, and I speak clearly, I speak well, I speak direct, I speak knowledgeable, like somebody who knows, because of the experiences I have to go through. Because I'm not basically talking because of books that I have read, of courses that I have taken. Many of the things I said is because I've learned through the experiences that I have done. So when somebody's talking about, there is certain beings superior than us, I don't believe that. I cannot believe that, because what it is like they are mistaking it with the deities. The deities, when you see in the Egyptian, you see a man with a hawk head.
No. Yeah, see, and you know that. Let me add on to that. I don't mean to cut you off, brother, but let me add on to that. Now, I know for a fact that those deities were not, they didn't create those deities for them to be taken as literal beings that, there's a Heru. Yes. Heru is an aspect of nature. He represents an aspect of a certain element, a certain aspect of nature, not a real being with a bird head. Exactly. Anpu that has the jackal head. He does not represent a real man running around with a dog head. It is it is a symbolism. It's symbolism, So I do understand that. I don't think that the Kemetic gods are real beings.
Exactly.
But what I was saying is,
this
is what I'm saying. The universe is too big for us for us on this planet to be alone. I'm not even talking about the deities. I'm not even talking about our earthly deities. I know that those our ancestors, whatever deities that our ancestors created, they're different aspects of nature. Newt is the sky. Geb is the earth. You know what I mean? It's elements of nature. That's what that represents. So
I understand that. I understand that this universe is too big just for a little bit of people just in one planet.
So that's kind of what I was talking about.
These are kind of thinking, European thinking, because they think like that. But why would we bother with things like that? While we still have work to do within ourselves and within our environment. People say, extraterrestrial came and helped the Egyptians build. Once you start talking like that, you're trying to take out our credit, our abilities. You're trying to limit our abilities because we were able to think like gods. And then we were all over the planet. You can find the Olmec head in Mexico, in Guatemala. Yeah. You found us everywhere. When you found pyramids, we were there. But
no, aliens did not create. Aliens did not create the pyramids. The black man.
With ideas of other beings, other things. What are you trying to do? We create all these beings too. We create everything. They say, know thyself, and the universe and their gods. They live within us, all of them.
I can rock with that.
Nothing is greater than us.
Yes.
Nothing.
Yeah, I feel what you're saying.
Nothing.
Listen, I don't mean to cut you off.
I know.
I don't mean to cut you off, Shepsu, but there's a question. There's a comment on the screen.
Okay.
There's a comment on the screen from the brother from Ethiopia, Ethio-US Tours. He said the country never been colonized. Is Africa, Ethiopia, and then he added on to Liberia. maybe it hasn't been colonized through war, but they sure colonized through religion, because that white man named Jesus that they have in those Ethiopian churches, my brother, that's a form of colonization to its highest.
Yeah, they brought that Christianity and that Roman.
I don't have to say anything. That's it. Give it to them, because you know these people.
But we're gonna let Chef Su say it. Go ahead, Chef Su.
No.
Speak
It's all right. You got it. You got it. You said it. You already said it better than I did.
Okay, cool. You tell it then.
You know, it's like
okay, my good brother from Ethiopia, my good brother. I absolutely love and respect.
Yeah, he
the
is
Ethiopians,
a good brother, I have to say.
But the mind of the Ethiopians was colonized, not the physical. Colonized with that religion, with that Roman Catholic Christianity. That was not what your ancestors practiced. That was not you guys' spiritual system. That was introduced to you guys from the European. So yes, Ethiopia didn't get colonized. Right? You guys fought off the Italians. You fought off the English. You fought off Hitler. You guys did a very good job in that. But that religion seeped in like a snake. That religion slithered inside. You know what I mean? While y'all was busy fighting off the white people physically, that religion, that Christianity slithered its way in there like the snake on the tree.
Yes.
You know, so I would say that you are right that y'all didn't get colonized physically. But the mind got colonized, because that's the oldest church, and isn't the oldest
Christian church, and then you trace their real root back, you'll find some root of them in the Roman Catholic Church.
Yeah, so you know, so I mean, what he's saying is not wrong, but then at the same time, you guys did get affected too. The European,
it got watered down.
Yeah, the European germ infected the whole earth. There is not one continent on this planet that doesn't have the European infection. I call it an infection because that's what it is. It's sick. That's why everybody is sick. I'm not blaming everything on the European, because we had to allow them to do it. You know, we have to be accountable for what we allow them to do.
One question for next time. But maybe we had to go through that experience as well, since we are God having a human experience.
That, you know what? I was going to say that earlier. I was going to say, that's part of the experience. That's part of the earthly experience that we had to go through in order to learn to remember who we are.
So the white man was doing his job too.
Yeah, that's what he designed for. That's what he's here to. That's what he's here for. Because look at his history. He does nothing but destroy. He does nothing but steal. He does nothing but rape. He does nothing but lie. He does nothing but go to somebody else's.
Whether we both know everything, but it's useless emphasize on that, because we can create animosity which we don't need. We just need to go beyond now and leave because the more you think about it, the more you focus on that energy remains with you. You want to be now. You want to redirect your thoughts to something different. You see, because once you think of something, the more you think about other people, not you, because I know you are in a different level, and those experiences you just talk you just talk of it as a historian, which is not affected.
Yeah,
I'm just people who are listening to you can get affected by those.
Okay, so no,
and
don't.
If you're not prepared for those experiences, like when somebody the Gru, that woman, Joy the Gru, when she's talking about those experiments that those people were doing with those women, and you have to have a cold heart to be able to read through this thing and be able to assess it. You see, when you're reading about history of slavery, you have to be prepared for those things, for those abuses, for those kind of, because it will take your mind to a setting. When you're thinking of something, it takes your mind. So you travel to another dimension with your thoughts just by reading. So you have to have a certain preparation. So you don't need like, because many of those radios, they focus, that's how they make their money. They stop talking, they go talk good about their group, so their group can support them monetarily, and talk bad about the group, the group that their group don't like. So that's how they make the money.
Yes.
Yep.
You know, the info. So I don't want us to do that.
Divide and conquer.
Yeah, we have to just go beyond and find ways of evolving. That's a different class of history for those who are ready. You see, and then they can go read the Iceman Inheritance and all of these books. You see, but if we want to evolve, we want to not to be much like noticed as somebody controversial. You see, because we cannot like blame them completely without fully understanding why things happen. We only know what have been taught to us. We don't really know what transpired. We don't really know. We have day by day things are unfolding. Day by day things are unfolding. So we don't really understand what's going on. And then going and blame them, blame. We're playing the blaming game, which is a tactic that they use. So that is part of our mind being colonized. You see, because we only see energies. We talk based on our individual experience. You see, based on what we are experiencing at the moment we are living, because many white men have contributed to our liberation also. Many white men have written books that have helped us understand ourselves too. You see? So we cannot, go ahead. We don't understand everything. We don't know everything, but we know the history, which is important, but we cannot go into the animosity, fighting and blaming games while we're not that saint either. You can come to the Bronx and you find that a black man like you will pull a gun on you before the white man does. You see what I'm saying? So it's not like
no. You're right. We have to clean our own backyard before we worry about anybody else's.
Exactly.
Do your own laundry. Do your own dirty laundry before you try to wash someone else's. I totally agree with that. And the person that you call your brother that looks just like you will stab you in your back.
Exactly.
Before anybody else will.
Yes.
So that's what we have to deal with. And I totally agree with that 100%. And it took me a minute to get to this point. You know why? Because I was born Nation of Islam. You know, my dad raised us in the Nation of Islam, and I was since I was 2 years old. I don't practice Islam anymore, right? But I was taught that the white man is the devil, and so that's my background. So I had to grow past that. Like everybody, anybody can be a devil.
Now you understand me very clearly that things were inculcated within you at your more vulnerable age.
Yeah.
So for you to know how to navigate within this dimension, you don't see things by color. You see them by vibration, by energies. You see.
That's what. And what I was gonna say is, what I learned is anybody can be a devil.
Exactly.
Anybody. It don't matter about what color skin you got. Exactly. It matters what type of energy you carry.
And different people have different purposes. Okay. You see, if somebody said, "It's time."
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So I totally
nice
agree.
Talking to you, brother and sister.
Hey.
So our
sister always got my
our
back.
Ethiopian, Ethiopian brother said. Our Ethiopian brother said Ethiopia has all the religions: Christianity, Muslim, Judaism, etc. Also, you can go back to the time. Also, you could go back to the time to King Solomon and Queen of Sheba.
That's right.
Yes. Queen Sheba existed, but King Solomon didn't. But that's a whole nother story.
Exactly. We don't people who are religious. You see, they're talking about all these religions and putting things in the Bible and all these names. We don't need that. You see, those things leave it for the historians. What we need to liberate ourselves from mental enslavement.
Yes, it all starts from yourself. Everything, the healing process starts from within inside of you.
Yes,
if you can't heal within yourself, you can't you can't do anything else outside of that.
And all your history has to be based on evidence. It cannot be based on belief. It has to be based on evidence. If you don't know, if there is no facts that can prove something, you shouldn't throw yourself at it and start fighting others based on what a book that is not even based on belief on evidence is written.
Yes, I would rather know something than believe something. I would rather know than believe.
It's different. Knowing is different from believing. So the only thing that you can know is that you're having an experience right now. But you may not be able to identify what experience it is. You may not be able. You might think in European terms to give it a name, and that might be totally wrong. It might be. I can tell you that because I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, this is my brother. We carried it. You carried the name Haru very well, brother. I like that. I'm glad I did. I'm glad I was able to talk to you because we have more in common than the things we don't have in common. We have more in common.
Yes.
So I like that.
We can disagree. We can disagree without being disagreeable.
Yeah, I agree.
Right.
But
without getting caught up in the feelings and emotions. Of course, because you always come with good questions. You bring thought to the conversation. You make people go into their subconscious mind and think. You're making people.
That's why I told them to hit the link. Let's talk. Let's build.
That's why I told you hit the link. When Professor Kaba was there, I asked a question, but the thing is, like, he was a little tired. By then, it was 2 hours over already. So the way he answered, he just like, he tried his best to answer. But I'm pretty sure if I had called him early in that day, he would have been able to elaborate on it. When the question about where do we go once we die?
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Also, our Ethiopian brother asked another question. So check this out. Our Ethiopian brother asked us another question. He said, I would like to invite you to this YouTube channel to all the participants in this conversation. So everybody that's here, plus Prince Koi to come to his YouTube channel. I'm
not going to argue with people who believe. I'm telling you that right now. People who believe is a waste of time because you cannot change their mind.
Yeah, you can't challenge a belief. You can't challenge a belief.
Exactly. And then all their emotions, they feel what they're saying. And they say, this is reality. But it's not for me.
And they believe it. So
deeply.
Yeah, so that's why they get very emotional. They be ready to fight. They almost be ready to fight you.
Yeah, that's why they come, and if you don't have a spiritual protection, they come in and blow you out. Because that's what happened to a lot of those spiritual priests. The real magician.
They'll kill you.
Yeah.
Hey, look. Think how many people. Think how many people died in the name of Jesus and Allah, and think how many people are dying.
You cannot hurt the real magician. The real magician will become invisible in your eyes because he know how to not to talk or whatever. We didn't know exactly what to do at the moment because he lives in the moment. He lives in the moment. He experienced the moment.
Let's give him a chance first.
Hit the link. I mean, I'll check his channel out.
Let's give him a chance first to prove that he's not just coming off of strictly belief. Because I did meet him a few times. He came on my Blog Talk Radio when I used to do Blog Talk Radio, when you can just call in and talk. Now I'm on the podcasting live stream, and he didn't really seem like a difficult brother. Like I said, he's been doing tours from. Listen for a minute. Listen for a second. He's been doing tours from America, Ethiopia, trying to build that connection and build that bridge. So, he understands our plight. He understands where we're coming from. That's why he's still here on a conversation and wants to invite us. I mean, he knows that we're not dealing with belief, so I think he understands how he's gonna target us. And if he does come with a belief, we give him our knowing, and we just keep building off of each other like that. But I do what Shepsu was saying, because when people are fixed on what they believe, I don't care if you came with 1,000 proofs, they're not going to take what you're saying. And then you're going to end up draining yourself with a headache and a heavy heart, because you feel like failing your people all over again, because you're trying to teach them and show them a truth that they just won't accept. So, you know, we have to try still. We have responsibility to try and wake them up. And if they wake them up, then we can serve our energy when it's useless. Simple as that.
I agree with you, sister.
But we don't want to knock them until we try them first.
Yes.
You know, and because I personally, you know, converse with him, I can say he's not a difficult type of person. You know, he's cool.
So where is his radio? How can I get into it?
Yeah, is the link in the chat?
I guess it's gonna be. Well, not now. I think we're gonna schedule a time and a date. He's gonna email me some times and dates, and then Shepsu, you email me. You send me your email address in the private chat, so I can let you know, and you let me know when you're available, and I can make sure. Right, I make sure everybody is available, and I guess we'll probably host it on his YouTube channel, perhaps. He'll email me and tell me how he wants to do it. Assuming it's going to stream on YouTube channel, but he does have YouTube channel, Ethio USA Tours.
Oh,
okay. I mean, that's a beautiful thing. I respect that. I'll check him out.
Yeah, I just respect him for the connection. Yeah, I respect him for the connection he made between America and Ethiopia to make sure we learn the culture and connect with each other, connect with the brothers and sisters. You know, I respect him for that.
When somebody comes with a humble heart, in a humble manner, willing to learn, you have to accept them. You see, you have to accept them, because when somebody comes knowing everything, or the first language was in Ethiopia, or that means the first. Now we're having a problem, because how do you know that? Based on what? And who cares really where the first came at this point? Now we have a battle here for survival. We want to liberate. We want to experience what real freedom feels like, because so far, until we don't clean all these things that we have within us, we don't know what real freedom feels like. We don't know what real joy feels like.
That's true.
We are enslaved. So unless this work is done, and I know history is important, because we cannot do this work without the help of the ancestors. I can tell you that much. Whether you want to believe in or not, that's okay. Because me and you guys, we understand each other when I talk about the ancestors. Because we know
yes, we communicate with them.
You see, we know that. You see?
That's right.
And then so we understand our language. We speak the same language. We understand ourselves. You see? But there's certain things you won't be able to explain to certain individuals.
I know.
And then, but unless they do the work,
I know. But we have to do our part.
Yeah, you have to do the work.
I always say you plant the seed, and it's on them to water it.
Yeah,
plant the seed and let them water it if they choose to.
That's right. It takes work. It takes work to get to certain points. It takes work. Hard work. Very hard work.
That's true.
Very hard work. So somebody who is in.
I'm still working.
That's why I came with you guys. I came to you guys with respect. You see, although I see there's certain things I wanted to clarify, but I came with respect. You see, because I know the things how difficult the things that you have gone through. For you.
Hey, but that's why I wanted you to come in. I said click in the link so I can so we can talk, because it's different. It's a difference between texting, reading a text message, and reading someone speaking to you. It's a different. I couldn't feel you.
Yeah, well,
and I couldn't.
You could feel my energy from my writing, right?
Yeah, I can't feel nobody's energy from writing.
Well,
I can't.
Well, that's why you asked me to come in, because you felt my energy. Because otherwise, you just talk to me. But once you feel the energy, you say, no, I got it. We got to get to hear this guy.
Yeah, I want to hear. I want you to speak from the heart. Yeah, not from exactly. a chat. You know what I mean? It's a difference. So
because there are certain words that click some part in your spirit.
Yeah.
That motivates you to invite me. You see? We're thinking in terms of energy.
That's right.
Yep.
Yes.
We don't do things just randomly, unless we're very tired.
Yes, synchronization.
Yes. You see, there is some energy, everything that happens. So once you start dealing, we talk about viewing the world through energies. So that means we are in certain frequency. But now what we need to do is change the frequency. Change the vibration.
Right.
You see? So when you function based on their way of being, so you're still vibrating within their universe. So they can affect you. You see, and how they affect you. They don't really. Basically, we are zombies. Most of us, we are waking up. It seems like our brother left, but he's coming back. But we are kind of zombies.
Yes,
we're not when they're talking about zombie, a zombie like a person who doesn't have any soul. Our consciousness is enslaved, is under their under their dominion. You see,
right?
Our consciousness is under their dominion. So we don't really have what we call a free will once we respond to their perception of reality. You see, once we respond to, so how we do a revolution? This is supposed to be a secret knowledge, but I'm going to reveal a little things to it, which is Dr. Clark has said something about it, John Henry Clark, which is, let's say, he has to be organized within us, within our group. Whenever we're going to manifest something, we just practice disobedience to her. We don't do. Let's say they're going to raise the price of rice. We're not going to eat rice within our group. So if our group is big enough, they're going to have to bring down the price. So that's an example of how we manipulate governments.
Yeah, strength is in numbers.
Yeah, exactly. But you see, but for us to do that, it takes we're talking about this, that's as an example, but once we're talking about manipulating a spirit, you see, when we're talking about doing magic, juju, that's a different question. It's even deeper than that, because one person can modify the behavior of a society to work in a different way. And how does that person do that? Tell me. I'll give you a hand though, but tell me, what do you think? How one person can modify a group?
I would have to say that person would have to be very skilled and powerful and influential.
Okay, and that's a very good answer. But that person is not nor powerful, not influential. I'm gonna tell you how.
So skill.
Skill. But by manifesting the same behavior, no matter what, all the time, until they have to adapt to your behavior. So you change the way of being, how they were thinking of racism or whatever, but your behavior consistent, and you're hearing them until they have to modify their behavior. But you have to do that with your ancestors and the gods and things like that. You cannot do that just on your own head, because you're going to get into trouble when you manifest in certain behavior among certain individuals who are not used to seeing free black men walking around them. like we're gonna get into a fight.
Yes.
You see?
Right.
You have to do that with the help of this ancestor and the deities and practice whatever it is that you practice. But you can modify the whole group, the whole society, by manifesting one behavior all the time, no matter what. And then they will have to adapt because their energy was not assimilating this individual being in our presence all the time. Before in that manner, especially, it will be among us, but as a thief or as a common worker or as somebody who's subservient to us, not somebody who can look at us in the eyes and walk around us like he was just saying, where the heck this guy come from? Are you crazy? They will find something to make you commit a crime. They will provoke you.
You know it, my brother. You know it.
Yeah. They will provoke you to commit a crime so they can have evidence that you are a thief or you assaulted somebody or something happened because you didn't have the preparation to do this kind of work. This requires,
guys, I gotta go.
Juju. This requires.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Makoko. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. We'll see you Saturday.
Yes, yes. I will see you on Saturday.
Okay.
Yes, Saturday. For
Saturday,
sure.
What time?
At
All right.
5:30 p.m. Eastern, and it'll be 11:30 your time. Makoko.
I will be available.
11:30 my time.
All right. Peace and love to you.
I'm in New York.
No, 5:30 Eastern. 5:30 Eastern. Right. 5:30 Eastern, 11:30 GMT Africa time. They're in South Africa.
Okay. Yes. Yes. So the thing is like
it'll be 5:30 Eastern.
If there is certain. So
thank you, Makoko. I love you.
So you see, it's like for you to be. For me to, I'm teaching you guys certain things that I know. I don't know if I'm teaching you because maybe you already knew what I'm saying.
Hey, hold on for a second.
Okay.
Hold on for a second, Shepsu. I didn't hear what the brother was saying. What was you saying, Makoko?
No, I was saying I will see you, yes, on Saturday.
Okay, no problem. Yes, love and gratitude. Thank you for all your 5G love. Thank you.
Thank you.
Make sure you share the podcast with your family and friends so they can see what we're doing. We're making that connection all over the world. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
One up to you. Be safe. Yes, Shepsu, we all teaching each other. So don't think that you're trying to be better than us, or we're not thinking like that. We're listening, like, we're having a conversation.
Yeah, this is kind of secret knowledge what I'm revealing now. Because these kind of things we don't talk to. The reason why I talk about it is because I got the okay from the ancestor and the deities. Otherwise, I would have not mentioned something like that on the air. Otherwise, they would have gotten me. They would have gotten to me because I said, "Oh, you think that's how you think? That's how you see." But because I know that I got, they gave me the okay for me to teach. They told me, teach people what you have known, what you know now. Help them, help people, help others with your knowledge, with your, you see. And then it's a question of. Yeah, it's a question of vibration. It's a question of knowing how to navigate into whatever environment you are, because it's not like, different people have their different objectives. Some people will be, let's say, Afrocentric or whatever you want to be, okay? Yeah. And it's normal to help you, as the brother said, that you clean your backyard before you go on and clean somebody else's backyard. You see, and trying to unite with your own people before you trying to unite with everybody else. But it's not a question of trying to or whatever. It is where the situation have put you.
It's what's happening.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it is what's happening.
Exactly. What environment, where they have placed you. You see, and do you have a light for the environment? Because whatever it is, whether we say, okay, the others ancestor of ours were purer than us or whatever, but we still have the same consciousness. You see, consciousness.
Yeah.
We have a lot of blockages because of indoctrination that prevent us to reach the same level of consciousness that our ancestors who built the pyramid, created mathematics, all this stuff.
Exactly.
We have a lot of blockages because it was necessary to indoctrinate us so they can have us as worker to support the system. That's why whoever could write a book that will contradict the way of living of people selling themselves, selling their time, and they will opaque that information, and even many times eliminate that individual. You cannot sing song that is not that will go against the system, because you're not going to be promoted. You have to sing song which keeps people in a certain level of mentality. You see? So is that's how you become, you know, all these things. That's one thing, knowing. But is it prudent to just go around and trying to open people's eyes, especially people who don't want their eyes to be open? Maybe not. You see?
I understand. I understand exactly where you're coming from.
Yeah, you have to be called to that.
If you're going to get a fight,
and
you're going to get a fight and be stressed out about it. And a lot of times people tell me, Shepsu, to be careful when I say certain things to certain people and calling myself trying to help them and wake them up, because they have got death threats. 2 people told me, came in my inbox. One came in the inbox and one said it on the post. To be careful, Empress, because they have got literally death threatened.
Yes. So that's why I told the brother.
Because they were trying to help their people grow out of that slave mentality, so to speak. So when you start trying to kill somebody over trying to help them, you got to back up.
But that's how sick we are.
Not everybody's going to wake up.
So that's why I was telling the brother.
That's how deep it is.
Yeah, that's how I told the brother, okay, we know the history. We don't even you don't vocalize it. But we don't even know all the facts. We don't know all the facts. We know what's been taught to us. We know what evidence have shown. We know that they have in the cave, they found in the bones of the woman and the baby, we found a teeth mark that it seems like they were eating each other and all that stuff. We know all of these things, but we're not to promote that. We don't need controversies. You see, we need to be at peace with everybody, because everybody is created. You know, even the white man, he came from a black man. So therefore, he's your brother, whether you want it or not. Oh, no, he's destructive. Well, I don't even need to mention that, because
he's like our thief cousin, you know?
Yes. We have to, we have to understand, because if we think about it, many of them has contributed to our liberation also when we were in slavery. Many of them have written books giving us credit. Many of them, and then many of the books have not been they have not been promoted as much as those that they want us to, in the universities, as those that they want to use for our program. But they are books. Yeah. You see, they even have books in the Bible that they say they should have been in the Bible, but they're not. But that's even whatever they wanted to do. That's what the Bible, that's what they wanted to do. Because the Bible, when the Bible says that, talking about slavery, and then you're talking about King James, and King James was the same time, the existence of King James was the same time as the transatlantic slavery was going on. So the King James version, because it's not only one version of the Bible, there are many versions and very different one from the other. You see, and it's like truly, it's like things that this is some knowledge is to be kept out among us, you see, and some knowledge is to be shared with others, you see, because normally this is high level knowledge, what I'm saying, because it's not something that you find anywhere. Nobody talks about modifying behavior and modifying society and things of that nature. That's a dangerous guy then. You know, you see, like how you can control people, price, you see, how can you manipulate people's behavior, how you control. That's high level magic. And you have to know,
seriously, for real, that's some high level juju.
Yes, you have to know how to communicate with them so they can give you the okay. Because once they say, wait, don't go out now, hey, stop doing that. Better do it. You see, there is that level of juju, so you know. And if you want to experience, if you want to know, because your life has to be interesting, your life has to be enjoyable. You have to prove yourself that you know how to do magic. You have to prove it to yourself. You cannot just talk about it. You have to go out. But you, sister, you brave. Yeah. You see, you're one of the brave ones who can make a radio that talks about this kind of controversial issues. You're one of them. You see that?
Yeah, she's a warrior. She's definitely a warrior.
Exactly. That's it.
I appreciate that. Spirit. Thank you.
You see, that's a warrior spirit. Because it takes a lot to do that. But I'm not going to say you're not going to sell yourself eventually or not. You see, that will be up to you. But once you find,
that could never happen.
Well, it's okay not to say yes or no. It's okay. You see, because we don't know. We're not here to judge, because we don't know what where you are in your life, and this whatever it is that can happen. We don't know. But what I can say is that once you know true freedom, once you see that you can experience another dimension, another frequency, it's going to be difficult for you to sell your soul. Very difficult. Very difficult. You remember the movie of The Matrix? The guy that betrayed Neo? That he was eating in the restaurant? He was eating in the restaurant.
The creator is my best friend.
Yeah, he said that steak. I know.
To it.
It's not. Yeah, I know it's not true, but it tastes so good because it's difficult modifying behavior. It's difficult modifying emotions within. Very difficult. People have their urges because God within you is calling you for urges, for you to join Him, because that's why we feel the need to transform, to change because we have those urges. But can we maintain? Because at the moment, the person that you've been criticizing all along came and said, okay, I'm going to give you $1 million for you to work for me. But you're going to do it in secret without people knowing that's what you do. Before you know, you're so ready. You know, that can happen. That happens all the time. You see, that can happen.
Before you know it, you're going down the drain.
Yes, it is. So that's why I'm saying is like everything doesn't have our liberation doesn't depend on one individual or anything. It depends on how much were you able to transform within. How much were you able? You see, how much you were, because that's why I was asking Kaba about that question about what happened to us when we die and things of that nature, because it's a very intriguing experience, you see, and sometimes we have fear of thinking about it, but this is something that I have realized, that the more you are in touch with that part of you when you die, the easier it is for you to connect with God, to connect when you meditate. Because when you think of it, what happened to me when I die? What do I have? Do I have the thoughts? Do I have the body? By asking your question, what do I have? You're going to be conscious, because that's what you're going to have. Consciousness.
Yeah, certain levels of it, most
You
definitely.
see, but it's not easy to think. It's gonna take time. But once the more you see in touch with what death is all about, you see, because ancestors, that's what ancestors are. You see, but there are different ancestors. Somebody who have evolved, developed himself, just like the ancient Egyptian who built pyramids and all that stuff, and somebody who was a thief and died. You see, different or whatever he was, a drunk. There are different levels of individuals who have passed away, and it's
Right,
difficult for
right.
us to really believe that such another realm exists. You see, we might think the fear of dying, that we might think that we may not exist anymore. But the ancestor proved it time and time again. No way, Jose, you're gonna be here. Whether you like it or not, you're not gonna die. Some people, oh, I cannot support this stresses of life, and they kill themselves eventually. And then when they realize, they ask you, what happened to you, man? Did you finish your duties, or why you here so early? You know, because once you have,
Well, you know what, Shepsu?
yes,
You know what? You should save that question right there Saturday.
okay,
When the Oracle Koi comes back on. You
yeah,
save that question for Saturday.
yeah. Well,
You know, because he's
you
gonna talk
know,
about
I respect the man because
because we gotta
he,
we gotta seal it up a little bit.
yeah,
We
yeah,
gotta
because
seal it up
he has a
because
lot of
it,
information.
it's already 9 o'clock.
Yeah, he has the Khoi individual. I respect him because our ancestors have those how you call that they passing the knowledge by vocally. How you say that? Oral tradition.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
word of
oral
mouth. Yeah.
tradition. Yeah,
Hmm.
but it is for people like us who have evolved to a certain level for us to interpret those things because they've been so programmed that even though they give them the information to them, they don't even know what to do with it because they think, oh, this is something, they're not knowing that this is us too. The gods are us too. That's me. That's us. But we have
Well,
evidence.
that's
Yes,
why that's
us.
why he's on the platform with us, sharing the
Yeah,
information.
and that's good because we
That's why I
put
have
it
him here.
in proper perspective. We put it in proper because there is no greater than us. There isn't. Until you stop thinking that as long as you think there is greater than you can never manifest your greatness because you always be thinking there is greater than you. You
Yeah,
cannot
that's
manifest because
right.
you think something is greater than you. But so your programming, your subconscious telling you, no, you're not the greatest. There is something greater than you. So you're limiting your power. They're limiting you by coming with
Exactly.
all those nonsense. If you don't know how to put it in the subconscious, because they use symbols to interpret realities that are difficult to explain verbally. So when they
Right,
put a
Shepsu.
symbol
Right.
based on your level of consciousness, you get what you need to be getting out of that. Because if your level of consciousness is very low, you're going to see it at a different level. But the more you evolve, that's why art is not for the satisfaction of the senses. It's for your ability to see the beyond within the present. You see? But as long as you think there is greater than you, well, it's okay. That's how you
That's
think.
what's going to manifest. Right.
Yes,
From you thinking,
exactly.
you manifest it.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, I heard great people who are heavy level. Oh no, the Egyptians say they didn't create the pyramids. I say, well, I would like to know where you see that because as far as I was taught, that was not the case. You see?
Yeah.
And many people come like I'm not going to mention name of people of individuals, and but they although they may have the reason, and someone say, oh, garlic is not good for you because of acidity and so on and so on. But that's not what I was taught. You see, I go with who taught me, because I eat garlic and instantly a rush happened. Instantly something happened. You see? So many people, although they're very famous, they cure all kind of stuff. Well, and then a friend of mine told me, well, that guy said that garlic is not good for you. I said, well, but he has his place where he can he go and get his herbs to feed the people that he's telling that to, to cure their disease and all that stuff, and charging a lot of money for that stuff too. You see? So we don't have access to that, but we do have access to garlic. So it's not a matter of believing people or not believing people. It's a matter of how things work with you. You see, because a medicine for somebody can be a poison for somebody else. You see, so you have to be. The more you know yourself, the more you be in harmony with what you put into your body. Because when I ask the question, why don't we eat meat? Because the ancient Egyptians ate meat. All the ancient culture ate meat. And you found that when the worker who were building the pyramids, they dig up where they live, because they live some places while they building the pyramids, and they found their diet. They were eating prime ribs. You see, and the best part of the cow. So they were not slaves. One thing, and they were eating meat. You see, but I understand now, for me, why whoever taught me don't eat meat now. There are many reasons, and there's some reason I can explain, but it goes beyond. Not only because of all what how those animals are raised with in the condition and the trauma and the food and the antibiotics and all those things that they put into them to grow them for mass production, which while you eating the same experience of the animal, the trauma, you see, you have an animal. You also have a mammalian brain, as well as you have a reptilian brain, and and those brain also get affected by animals. So you have those desire enhanced within you as well, and also you become sensitive to the fear. Also, that the same animal that had been sacrificed you also experience, and many of those things. I know why, but when I ask the question, it's not because I don't know. It's because I want to know what you know, because I can have a different perspective, even maybe higher than what I already know.
Really?
Yeah, maybe sometimes I ask questions that might sound very innocent, very naive. But for somebody who's not spiritually evolved, it will sound naive. Oh, look at what this guy is saying that have happened to me when I'm in different shows. And but they don't understand where you're coming from. You see,
that's why I said. Yeah. That's why I said you're the type of person that you make people think, and you ask questions that they wouldn't think to ask. But when you ask it, they say, "Oh, I'm glad he asked that, because I always thought that, but I just didn't know how to verb it. Exactly. I didn't know how to say it, or present it in a way where people won't get offended, or whatever the case is." Yes. So, yeah, yes. I get you 100%. But Sheps, we're gonna seal this up right now, and we're gonna continue Saturday, because it's always another time. And it's always a pleasure to have you. Now we got you on the panel, so I think you're gonna be joining the panel discussion, or you like that better, right? I think you like the chat better.
Yeah, look forward to speaking to you again.
Yes, thank you, brother.
Yes, sir.
And check your email.
So email me for the link, and then 5:30 Saturday, right? Saturday. Yeah. That will be the 20th?
Yes, it will.
Okay, so, and 5:30, so I'll do my best to be with you guys, because Even though I haven't spoken so much, it's not that simple anyway. Maybe I need to elaborate more on many things. Many questions will be arising because we still have people want to think about that. A lot of things have said.
And you see, our Ethiopian brother said that he's tried to bring his brothers from America to the history and the nature and the tradition, and he's been doing it since 2012. So we might have a good dialogue with him when he sets up that YouTube invite that he wants, because he's been, bringing my brothers and sisters to the continent to connect with the history and the nature, and the traditions of Ethiopia. It might not be so bad after all.
It will never be bad.
Well, we won't know unless we try.
It will never be bad. It will never be bad because whatever happens is only for your spiritual involvement, for your spiritual development. So things are not every challenge that comes is to see how you're gonna react. That's the objective of life. Of course. Experience. That's why we're here. To have experience.
That's right.
It was nice.
Okay, family.
Yes, it was.
I will see you guys Saturday.
Again.
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
And we'll see each other again Saturday.
Okay.
Love and gratitude, everyone.
Okay.
And thank you for the listeners out there.
All right. Bye-bye.
Peace out.
Peace.